blown to pieces. They include 48 mothers each day, 2 every hour, and over 117 children each day, leading UNICEF to call Israel's actions a war on children. On current rates which show no sign of abating, each day, over 3 medics, 2 teachers, more than 1 United Nations employee, and more than 1 journalist will be killed, many while at work, or in what appear to be targeted attacks on their family homes or where they are sheltering. The risk of famine will increase each day. Each day, an average of 629 people will be wounded, some multiple times over, as they move from place to place, desperately seeking sanctuary. Each day, over 10 Palestinian children were amputated, many without anaesthetic. Each day, on current rates, an average of 3,900 Palestinians. More mass graves will be dug, more cemeteries will be bulldozed and bombed, and corpses violently exhumed, denying even the dead any dignity or peace. Ambulances, hospitals, and medics will continue to be attacked and killed. The first responders who have spent 3 months without international assistance, trying to dig families out of the rubble with their bare hands, will continue to be targeted. On current figures, 1 will be killed almost every second day, sometimes in attacks launched against those attending the scene to rescue the wounded. Each day, yet more desperate people will be forced to relocate from where they are sheltering, or will be bombed in places where they have been told to evacuate to. Entire multi-generational families will be obliterated, and yet more Palestinian children will become WCNSF, Wounded Child, No Surviving Family, the terrible new acronym born out of Israel's genocidal assault on the Palestinian population in Gaza. There is an urgent need for provisional measures to prevent imminent, irreparable prejudice to the rights of Israelis. There could not be a clearer or more compelling case. In the words of the Commissioner General of the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, there must be an end to the decimation of Gaza and of its people. Turning to the court's case law, as the court has recently reaffirmed, and I quote, "The condition of urgency is met when acts susceptible of causing irreparable prejudice can occur at any moment before the court makes a final decision on the case," end quote. That is precisely the situation here. Any of those matters to which I have referred can and are occurring at any moment. The United Nations Security Council resolutions demanding, quote, "the immediate, safe, unhindered delivery of humanitarian assistance at scale throughout Gaza and full, rapid, safe and unhindered humanitarian access," end quote, remain unimplemented. United Nations General Assembly resolutions calling for a humanitarian ceasefire have been ignored. The situation could not be more urgent. Since these proceedings were initiated on the 29th of December 2023 alone, an estimated over 1,703 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza and over 3,252 injured.
Or broken.
As to the criterion of irreparable prejudice, for decades now, the court has repeatedly found it to be satisfied in situations where serious risks arise to human life or to other fundamental rights. In the cases of Georgia, Russia, and Armenia, Azerbaijan, the court ordered provisional measures, having found a serious risk of irreparable prejudice, where hundreds of thousands of people have been forced from their homes. In ordering provisional measures in the latter case, the court noted the context of, I quote, "the long-standing exposure of the population to a situation of vulnerability including hindrances to the importation of essential goods, causing shortages of food, medicine, and other life-saving medical supplies, end quote. In Gaza, as you have heard, nearly 2 million people, over 85% of the population, have been repeatedly forced to flee their homes and shelters, not just once or twice, but some 3, 4, or more times over, into shrinking slivers of land where they continue to be bombed and killed. This is a population that Israel had already made vulnerable through 16 years of military blockade and crippling de-development. Today, Israel's hindrances to the import of food and essential items have brought Gaza to the brink of famine, with adults, mothers, fathers, grandparents regularly foregoing food for the day so that children can eat at least something. Medicine shortages and the lack of medicine and electricity are so great that large numbers of Palestinians are dying or are at imminent risk of dying preventable deaths. Cancer and other services have long shut down. Women are undergoing cesarean sections without anaesthetic in barely functioning hospitals, described as scenes from undergoing otherwise unnecessary hysterectomies in an attempt to save their lives. In the Canada-Syria torture case, the court made clear that, I quote, individuals subject to torture and other acts of cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment are at serious risk of irreparable prejudice. While Palestinians in Gaza are also at risk of such irreparable prejudice, with videos of Palestinian boys and men rounded up and stripped and degraded broadcast to the world, alongside footage of serious bodily harm and accounts of serious mental harm and humiliation. In Qatar, United Arab Emirates, the court considered provisional measures to be justified, deriving from factors such as people being forced to leave their places of residence without the possibility of return, the psychological distress of temporary or potentially ongoing separation from their families, with students being prevented from taking their exams. If provisional measures were justified there, how could they not be in Gaza, where countless families have been separated, with some family members evacuating under Israeli military orders and others staying behind at extreme risk to care for the wounded, infirm, and the elderly, where husbands, fathers, and sons are being taken to unknown locations for indeterminate periods of time. In the Qatar case, the court issued a provisional order where harm to approximately 150 students was an issue. In Gaza, 625,000 school children have not attended school for 3 months, with the United Nations Security Council expressing deep concern, I quote, that the disruption of access to education has a dramatic impact on children and that conflicts on their physical and mental health. Almost 90,000 Palestinian university students cannot attend at university in Gaza. Over 60% of schools, almost all universities, and countless bookshops and libraries have been damaged or destroyed, and hundreds of teachers and academics have been killed, including deans of universities and leading Palestinian scholars, obliterating the very prospects for the future education of Gaza's children and young people. Notably, the court has found provisional measures where they were previously sought in relation to violations of the Genocide Convention. It did so in Bosnia and Serbia in 1993, finding on the basis of evidence that was certainly no more compelling than that presently before the court, that it was sufficient to determine that there was, and I quote, a grave risk of acts of genocide being committed. The court found provisional measures to be justified in the Gambia-Myanmar case on the basis of a risk of irreparable prejudice to the Rohingya, subject to, quote, mass killings as well as beatings, the destruction of villages and homes, denial of access to food, shelter, and other essentials of life. More recently, in indicating provisional measures in Ukraine, Russia, the court considered that Russia's military activities had, quote, resulted in numerous civilian deaths and injuries and caused significant material damage, including the destruction of buildings and infrastructure, end quote, giving rise to a risk of irreparable prejudice. The court had regard to the fact that, quote, attacks are ongoing and are creating increasingly difficult living conditions for the civilian population, end quote, which it considered to be extremely vulnerable. The court also considered the fact that, I quote again, many persons have no access to the most basic foodstuffs, potable water, electricity, essential, and that many were attempting to flee under extremely insecure conditions. This is occurring in Gaza on a much more intensive scale to a besieged, trapped, terrified population that has nowhere safe to go. Lest the contrary be suggested, it is clear from Ukraine in Russia that the fact that the urgent risk of irreparable harm arises
Okay. Okay. What's the matter, Bobby? This is so stupid. Really? Subject.
Hey Vince, can I buy the property? Can I buy a cottage?
So good, bro.
90% of all my buyers, if not more than that, come here, but it's 3.5 hours.
Subject. Who's that?
Buying or selling property can be a little different in the province of Quebec compared to other provinces across Canada, and that's not just because we speak both French and English in the province. In today's video, I'm going to share with you exactly what those differences are, but first, let's roll the intro. Hi everyone, Josh here, and before we start, I just want to remind you to hit that subscribe button and turn on the post notifications so that I can continue to make more content like this in the future. If you're thinking about purchasing or selling a property in Montreal or the province of Quebec in general, it's important to understand the differences when it comes to rules, interpretation, and the way the buying and selling process works in Quebec compared to other provinces in Canada. In general, one of the most well-known things about Quebec is the fact that we speak both French and English. However, that's not the only thing that is different from our fellow Canadian provinces when it comes to real estate or its laws. In fact, unlike other provinces in Canada that follow common law, in Quebec, the law is based on the Civil Code. The Civil Code is based on a detailed written record of the law, whereas common law, on the other hand, which is used by all other Canadian provinces, evolves over time based on precedents set by court judgments. This would be the first thing that differentiates Quebec real estate compared to the rest of Canada. Because if there are any judgments to be made in a real estate transaction, we would follow the Civil Code in Quebec as opposed to common law. Moving on, in Quebec, real estate brokers are governed by an association called OACIQ. The OACIQ is responsible for overseeing all real estate brokers across the province. The main mission of the OACIQ is to protect the public by enforcing the Real Estate Brokerage Act. By doing so, they oversee the real estate profession and ensure real estate transactions are carried out properly and ethically. The OACIQ is also responsible for issuing and maintaining real estate brokers' licenses and providing continuing education, among other things. From my understanding, land transfer taxes aren't only unique to Quebec, but what is unique about our land transfer taxes is its nickname. Land transfer taxes in Quebec are more commonly known as the welcome tax. Funny enough, the land transfer tax is known as the welcome tax because of Jean Bienvenu, who was the Quebec minister who was responsible for implementing the tax. The last name of Jean Bienvenu in English translates to welcome, which is why we say welcome tax. What is also different about the land transfer tax in Quebec, unlike BC or Ontario is that the tax is not paid the same day as the official sale. In fact, you should usually expect to receive the land transfer tax bill about 4 to 6 weeks after notarizing your purchase as a welcome gift to your new home. Speaking of notarizing in Quebec, all real estate transactions must be notarized by a notary in order to be considered an official sale. In other provinces, home buyers can usually choose between a lawyer or a notary. However, in Quebec, that is not the case. The notary is responsible for reviewing the titles of ownership, creating the deed of sale, reviewing the certificate of location, creating the statement of adjustments, and registering the sale with the land registry office. They are also responsible for dispersing all proceeds to the parties involved in the transaction. In Quebec, the buyer is usually responsible for choosing the notary and paying the notary fees, which can range between $1,300 to $1,800 on average. Another interesting fact about Quebec as opposed to other provinces in Canada is that we not only use the national website realtor.ca to view listings, but many buyers and sellers in Quebec will also use the provincial website centris.ca as a more popular alternative to view listings. When a property is listed in Quebec, the listing will automatically appear on both websites, realtor.ca and centris.ca, among other ones. Finally, the last difference between Quebec and other provinces in Canada is the lingo and terms we use when it comes to real estate. When dealing with the paperwork in Quebec real estate, you will often see a property referred to as an immovable property. The term generally describes the property and it's just another way of saying the house or the condo. Some other different terms we use are hypothèque instead of mortgage in the official documents, promise to purchase instead of purchase agreement, and certificate of location instead of land survey. Hopefully this video will give you a good idea of some of the differences in Quebec as opposed to other provinces in Canada, and will help you better prepare yourself for when you decide to buy or sell real estate in Montreal or Quebec. If you've made it this far, I want you to let me know below in the comments any other differences you might know of that exist in Quebec and not in the rest of Canada. Drop a comment below and let me know. If ever you're looking to purchase a property in Montreal or its surrounding areas and have any questions, send me a message or an email and I'll be happy to help. You can find my contact info in the drop down right below this video. That's it for this week's video. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, turn on the bell notifications for more content like this, and I'll catch you next time.
Your company's IT security architecture is basically 25 years old. It's no wonder so many of you have gotten hit by ransomware or are vulnerable to ransomware. Your IT system is dressed up with newer hardware and a newer version of the Windows Server operating system, but the security architecture is really just like we did things in 1997 using Windows NT4, with domain controllers, file servers, firewalls, VPNs, and antivirus. And those domain controllers hold a simple directory of user accounts with usernames of easy guess, passwords never change, and there's no multi-factor authentication. You still have old school Windows Server file shares with old school security group access controls. And that's a prime target for a ransomware attack. Once someone has access to your file shares, they can do whatever they want with the files. There isn't anything tracking or continually monitoring what anyone is doing with your company data. Encrypt all the file shares and ransom your company, no problem. Or maybe you get an insider threat. Somebody copies the entire sales folder or the entire client folder or the finance folder, and they use company data to start their own competing company or take company data to a competitor.
Hey, are you thinking of moving to Montreal and want to know the pros and cons of living here? In this video, I'm going to break down my top 10 pros and cons of living.
Thanks for clicking. The Bank of Canada has had to step into the repo market, providing $30 billion in temporary loans into the system. This according to absolutely zero media outlets, but found on the Bank of Canada's website.
I've been very busy.
The repo operation, which the bank only does when overnight funding conditions require a temporary liquidity injection, meaning cash, demonstrates growing stress in the.
A new poll by Nanos Research found that half of Canadians who have a mortgage are concerned or somewhat concerned about making payments. Just over 35% want the House economists to prioritize the cost of living, more than 13%, say that healthcare needs to be a priority, while another 13% want the focus to be on housing. And on immigration, 61% want Canada to accept fewer immigrants, while 26% say that the country should accept about the same number as last year. Joining us now for more on this is Nick Hill, mortgage agent and host of the Canadian Real Estate Investor Podcast. Nick, let's focus on mortgages. Thanks so much for joining us, first of all. So what a way to start the new year, talking about the big worries and concerns, the woes that Canadians have. Let's talk about mortgages and the fact that this survey showed that so many people across this country are so concerned. Is this what you're seeing with your clients?
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's no secret that mortgage rates have been going up with the Bank of Canada's rate hiking cycle, one of the most aggressive hiking cycles in history. That
I
being
am
said,
Anatoly
don't forget a
Yakovenko,
mortgage
the
is broken
CEO
up
of
into two
Solana.
parts, principal and
Today marks a
interest.
historic day
And it's
for us at
actually the
Solana
interest
and for
portion that Canadians are paying off. Interest payments have gone up 90% since the Bank of Canada started its rate hiking cycle. And if you look at the Nanos poll survey, you realize that it's basically the 50% of people that are worried about it are people from 18 to 54, whereas people 55 and older likely own a home or have a much smaller mortgage payment and aren't really in the thick of it right now, seem to be a bit more relaxed about the situation. Now, unfortunately, I wish I had better news. The situation's likely, I know it's painful now, it's likely only going to get a little bit worse. There are 2.2 million mortgages up for renewal between 2024 and 2025, many of which were signed at, the rock bottom rates we saw in the last few years, stuff in the ones and the twos. And a lot of those people will unfortunately have to go back and renew at a 5, 6, or even 7%. Which is tough due to what we've seen with inflation, the other costs, the other rising costs of living, and obviously mortgages make up a massive part of Canadian debt, being it's likely the biggest liability, being the biggest amount of debt that Canadians have. And just to further that point, Canadians are already quite in debt. For every dollar of disposable income that Canadians have, they're $1.82 in credit market debt. So it's just kind of a compounding effect that unfortunately is not going to be pretty for a lot of people.
Are there some solutions out there for people who are concerned about their upcoming renewals?
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a one size fits all. Everyone's probably heard this a million times. Cut back on spending, that's the obvious one that people are probably already doing. I myself have done that as well. The other thing is talk to your mortgage agent, your broker, your lender. Be proactive about it. I've said this before when I've been on here, and it's don't take the first rate, the first early renewal that they offer. Go back and negotiate. They don't want to be in the business of real estate. They want to keep you around as a customer. So go and make the banks and the lenders and the mortgage agents and brokers out there work for you. And again, the best piece of advice I can give is be proactive about it. There are a lot of talks in the industry and in the media about rate cuts coming this year. It's a little too early to know when or what those will look like. I can see them happening. I'm just not sure if they'll have a meaningful enough impact. But when you're dealing with small percentages that equal hundreds of dollars a month or thousands in some cases, every dollar counts.
Nick Hill, mortgage agent and host of the Canadian Real Estate Investor Podcast. Thanks so much for taking the time today.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks to Jeffrey Epstein and the people who kind of groomed and helped Jeffrey Epstein rise. But for folks that maybe haven't read this article yet, kind of give us the 30,000 feet view. What is this about, and what are maybe the most interesting or shocking things that you uncovered?
So I guess I would say the shortest summary of this article and then the second installment who Jeffrey Epstein are the same people responsible for the rise of Jamie Dimon, and particularly the reason why he's currently the CEO of JP Morgan. They're really the same people. So for people that don't know, Jamie Dimon basically being the apprentice of Sanford Weill or Sandy Weill. And together they built what is now Citigroup, and due to, allegedly sort of an ego spat between the two men, with Dimon allegedly not liking living in Weill's shadow for decades. There was a split, and hunted by a bank called Bank One, and becomes their CEO in the year 2000. And then a few years later, Bank One merges with JP Morgan Chase. And Dimon, of course, is put in charge of the combined entity and becomes one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful, banker on Wall Street. So essentially what I show in the piece is, some interesting connections that really surprised me. First of all, that the company that Weill and Dimon used to build Citigroup, Commercial Credit Corporation, I didn't realize that that was the same company that I wrote about in my books until probably a few weeks ago, definitely after the books were out. And so that was very surprising. And its parent company, Control Data Corp, were basically espionage cutouts for this network involving people like Robert Maxwell, and Samuel Pisar, who was Robert Maxwell's lawyer and confidant, one of his closest associates, apparently the last person allegedly to speak to Robert Maxwell before he died, was very close. And he's also the stepfather and the person that essentially raised the current U.S. Secretary of State, Anthony Blinken, having been, essentially his father's figure since the 1970s onwards. And there's a lot of really crazy activities that both Control Data Corp and CCC, or Commercial Credit Corporation, were involved in, particularly involving, for example, espionage of the U.S. military, illicit tech transfers to the Soviet Union, and what was apparently a deliberate effort to undermine U.S. national security involving people with ties to Eastern European intelligence, Israeli intelligence, and other outfits that were apparently interested in undermining U.S. Military and also economic advantages for different reasons. And as I noted in the piece, PSAR in the 1970s was pretty open about what the ambitions were of this particular group that was essentially controlling these companies I'm talking about. And he said, he told Congress essentially that private Western capital enterprises of note were merging and mingling to a significant extent with communist-run state enterprises, the goal of which was to produce a unified global economy, essentially a one-world economy, and that this was eliminating the need for a nation state. I mean, this is really crazy stuff to be telling Congress in the 70s. It was very in your face, especially when you consider how things have played out over time and where we stand today. Rise of the trans-ideological corporation. And really, it's essentially what has been running the world, I guess you could argue, since then, since these capital networks, are essentially transnational and have very little allegiance, if any, to any nation. It's all about building a giant global banking cartel, or really, corporate cartel, I guess you could say, but obviously banks are involved there as well.
And for people not that familiar with PSAR, who was he?
So he was best known, I guess, as an international lawyer, sometimes described as a human rights lawyer in a lot of the puff pieces about him, particularly those written about his relationship with Anthony Blinken. But actually, Samuel PSAR was, not necessarily entirely focused on human rights. For example, he was a lawyer to a lot of major companies, including Occidental Petroleum, which was run for a long time by Armand Hammer. And of course, Armand Hammer has a lot of ties to the same network I'm talking about here, and tried to financially blackmail a bunch of congressmen and very shady guy. His father, Julius Hammer, had been a spy for the Soviet Union. He was also an advisor to Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs later said that PSAR probably worked for the CIA or the KGB. He didn't really know which one. And of course, PSAR had a lot of connections, very deep connections with Robert Maxwell. And Robert Maxwell, as I noted in my book, even though, again, mainstream media tends to describe him as just a media baron or media mogul, he was very active in the world of intelligence, particularly as it related to tech transfers. And the use of the manipulation of software for the purpose of espionage or the implementation of backdoors and things like that. But also like wholesale theft of American intellectual property through an operation he was intimately involved with that was run out of Bulgaria. Yeah. So there's a whole lot of different crazy connections there. And this is the company. Sorry.
No, I was just going to say, everyone has to check out your book, because a lot of these backstories, a lot of these names are really explained. You go into such detail. And I was surprised to see that Steve Jobs quote in your article. It was really interesting. And you trace it back all the way to the 50s. I mean, these corporations started, and you said it was at the dawn of the American military-industrial complex. And there were contractors that were focused on cryptography and code breaking. And so now all of this stuff, this technology is finally coming into fruition and getting into the public's hands in large numbers. And so they want to squash it, right, pretty quickly.
Yeah, I've written about that in separate pieces, going back a number of years, about how there's a major effort by, organizations that are quite influential that everyone today is pretty familiar with, like the World Economic Forum, that are interested in completely eliminating both, financial privacy and online privacy in general. And a lot of the institutions involved in these partnerships housed within the WEF that have that as an explicit goal include the U.S. Department of Justice, the FBI, the U.S. Secret Service, British and Israeli intelligence. That particular program is actually run by a former longtime Israeli military intelligence veteran. So it's really hard to separate, those particular policy agendas and see it just as something that's isolated to the WEF. This is something that the U.S. government is actively collaborating on and seeking to implement. And you actually have a lot of the same arguments that are put out in these WEF policy papers actually currently being circulated by top people in the Biden administration, for example, to claim that the value of Bitcoin is the main driver of cybercrime. There's no evidence for that talking point. It actually just comes from this WEF policy paper that essentially paints crypto in general as a threat to their ambitions, which is to have a completely surveilled internet and a completely surveilled financial system. And so, obviously, I'm sure your audience is aware that the main goal to eliminate financial privacy is widespread implementation and adoption of central bank digital currencies. But on the flip side of that, it's a completely related policy to have internet access be completely linked to a government issued ID. And you're seeing a renewed push for this now in the US. But actually, it was being promoted really heavily during the Obama administration. They called it a driver's license for the internet. And you've seen the European Union and the UK government also push these policies as well. But it's really coming from this, WEF group that is essentially, if you look at the WEF Partnership Against Cybercrime, and if you look at their members, it's not that these intelligence agencies or the U.S. Department of Justice, like I mentioned earlier, it's those entities plus the biggest banks in the world, like Bank of America's on there. And so, a lot of these big, too big to fail financial institutions are essentially colluding together to eliminate online and financial privacy. And all they really need is some sort of cyber attack, right? And they pretty much say it there that, there'll be some sort of event that will galvanize public opinion around these policies and have people asking for a safer, more secure internet, and they have, these particular policies and organizations they seek to create that will,
No,
bring
eat the
that
rest of your
into
bone.
effect. But a
You're gonna
big
swallow
part
that
of
whole.
is targeting crypto. They obviously see that as a major,
Look, I caught you.
major threat to their policy ambitions.
Everybody, it's Tony Robbins. How you doing out there? Middle of the storm. It's funny ask people how you're doing when the world's so crazy right now. With inflation and so much uncertainty in the world, it's hard for people to really imagine creating a greater quality of life. But I've spent now the last 46 years, going to be my 47th year, working with people from literally 195 countries, showing people how to go from where you are to where you want to be, how to close the gap. I mean, what basically has gotten your way and create the life that you want. And it's not going to happen by just a bunch of positive thinking approaches. But if you're looking for a plan and a path, I've got a gift for you. I'm doing a free program for 3 days. It's only about 2.5 hours a day, like going to a movie, only the movie is your own life. And make 2024 the best year you've ever had. So click below, join us for this time to rise. So if you feel like it's time to go to the next level, then come join me for those 3 days, January 25th to the 27th. Click below, and I'll see you there.
How are you like a millionaire? Like you could.
It's
And
time
Bob
for a quick
be
break
bothered
to
to
give
get
these
something
messages from my
fucking
partners. First up,
equipment.
Bitcoin Conference 2023,
Double B.
the world's largest Bitcoin conference, is returning to Miami Beach from May 18th to May 20th. Day one is Industry Day, with
where's
a
that?
focus on business-minded panels and discussions, plus
Perfect.
top-tier networking opportunities.
I don't know
General
where that
admission
came
days 2 and 3 are open to all pass holders and feature panels, keynotes, and workshops with speakers like Michael Lewis, Michael Saylor, Jack Mallers, Lynn Alden, Arthur Hayes, and more. Plus some exciting new additions like the inaugural Bitcoin Games and the Mining Village and the return of Pitch Day. I highly recommend this conference. It's what launched my career. And if you want to come, just head to b.tc/conference and use the code HODL, HODL, for 10% off. I'll see you in Miami Beach. Next up, Fold. Fold is the best Bitcoin rewards debit card and shopping app in the world. You can earn Bitcoin on everything you purchase, from Amazon to groceries to sprucing up your wardrobe with Fold's Bitcoin cashback debit card. And you can win free Satoshis every day, or even play for the chance to win a whole Bitcoin by spinning the daily wheel and the purchase rewards wheel. And now on Fold, you can buy Bitcoin directly and earn even more incentives and rewards by using the app to stack sats. It's an amazing app to get someone totally new into Bitcoin. So if you want to join the fun, head to foldapp.com/Natalie and get 10,000 in free sats when you sign up. Oh yeah, they like to capitalize on fear and crisis. We'll provide you the security. We'll give you a CBDC. It's crazy. I don't care about people's politics. I hope people in the audience, no matter who you voted for, and they really do look into the history though, because Joe Biden in the 90s, alongside Clinton, pushed for these backdoors to be in everything, pushed for there to, not be encryption available to the public so that your data is private, and all under that guise of security, we're preventing cyber criminals from taking over, but really it just creeps in and more and more into your life. And you're watching everything you do, every dollar you spend, and that's unfortunately the direction we're headed in. So going back to your article though, you basically say that Jamie Dimon was sort of hand selected as CEO to lead one of the biggest banks in this, supposed cartel. Why was he selected? What was it about Jamie Dimon? What should the audience know about Jamie?
That's your first.
All right, so the story here is a bit interesting because the bank he was put in charge of that led to him being head of JP Morgan Chase, the position he holds today, was him being selected to be CEO of Bank One. And this happened probably about a year and a half after he left Citigroup after his after he had his falling out with Sandy Weil. So essentially what happened is in the same period, you have Bank One's CEO since the mid-1980s, John B. McCoy, being forced out essentially by a man named James Shine Crown, who had become a key part of the Bank One board of directors after First Chicago NBD merged with Bank One in 1995. And before that, Bank One, as I note in the article, was very intimately linked to Leslie Wexner and his associates. And actually, at the time of that merger, Leslie Wexner was on the board of Bank One. But after the merger, he ended up leaving. But one of his closest associates, even closer actually to Wexner than Jeffrey Epstein, John W. Kessler, had been on the board. He has openly acknowledged that he played a key role in selecting Dimon for that position. So basically you have this power play where the Crowns and sort of their associates pushed McCoy to resign because there was this big rift in Bank One between the people from this First Chicago merger and then the legacy Bank One board of directors, or the legacy Bank One directors. And so in order to resolve this, they decided to select a new CEO. So after this process, the Wexner-centric group of the legacy Bank One people, and then the Crown-centric group of the First Chicago NBD people decide on Jamie Dimon, essentially. And so this is important because Leslie Wexner, as I've noted really extensively, not just in this article, but also in my book, has a lot of very disturbing connections, both to organized crime and intelligence that go way back to the 1980s. And actually the person that made Bank One what it was at this time, John B. McCoy's father, John G. McCoy, gets kind of confusing because before him the bank was run by his father, John H. McCoy. But basically this the father of the CEO that was forced out in 1999.
John Tory like the fourth.
Hey,
no!
And to Kessler. And under his watch,
Bank
One became involved in money laundering for Iran-Contra arms sales, one of the top 4 banks utilized for. 3 of those 4 top banks are now part of JP Morgan Chase. And I think 2 of them were rolled into Valley National Bank, became part of Bank One shortly thereafter. So you essentially have, the Wexner organized crime intelligence link group picking Dimon, and the Crown family. And the Crown family is just as linked to organized crime and intelligence, if not more so, than Wexner. The ties of this family and what they've been involved in throughout U.S. history is totally insane. And a lot of people probably don't know the history, but this particular family was their empire was really began with Henry Crown. He was born Henry Krinsky. And Henry Crown basically, with his brothers, created a company called Material Services Corporation that during World War II became one of the top contractors to the U.S. military, and part of this was due to an alliance between sort of this corrupt nexus between organized crime in Chicago, where the Crown family is from. They had a lot of connections to organized crime in the mob and the Democratic Party, and of course during World War II, it's the Roosevelt administration. So a close associate of Henry Crown's named Jake Avery used his connections to get Material Service Corp to basically be the top contractor when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was in power. Of course, at that time, the Democratic Party in New York, where Roosevelt was from, also very dominated by organized crime connections. And then after that, in the 50s, you have their closeness, I guess, with the U.S. Military and the dawn of the military-industrial complex. Becomes even closer, and then in 1959, this Material Services Corporation merges with General Dynamics, which today is still one of the biggest U.S. weapons manufacturer in the country, and the Crowns have been influential there really ever since the 1959 merger. And you have a lot of intersections with General Dynamics and organized crime, and a lot of scandals, bribery scandals, price gouging scandals involving, Material Services Corp and General Dynamics through the years. And this continues after Henry Crown passes, the family business to his son Lester Crown, which is James Shrine Crown's father, right? And Lester Crown is a longtime associate himself of Leslie Wexner. They share a lot of connections, including to the state of Israel. And Lester Crown is also a part of this organization that was founded by Wexner in 1991 with Charles Bronfman, that some people refer to as the mega group, other people refer to as the study group, which is essentially this, they claim to be a group of philanthropists, but really it's a bunch of people with ties to the same faction of the Jewish mob going way, way back. Wexner, Bronfman, the Crowns, and as I note in the book, there's several others as well that have ties to essentially the Jewish side of what Gus Russo wrote about in his book Super Mob. And Super Mob is basically about this group of Jewish and Italian mobsters and businessmen who came together and basically merged organized crime business interests with political power and seemingly legitimate corporate interests, and created this whole web of either outright illegal activity or gray area quasi-illegal activity. And then this essentially starts in Chicago and then goes to really dominate other areas of the country, particularly Los Angeles. And you have a lot of ties, of course, to MCA, now Universal Studios, people like Lou Wasserman, and affiliated with this particular super mob network. And that's essentially what the mega group ends up being. And again, that's Wexner and Charles Bronfman that create that, and Lester Crown is a founding member. And so you have, at that time, the Crowns and Wexner coming together with this merger I mentioned earlier in 1995, creating a new Bank One. And it's these very entities that are responsible for selecting Jamie Dimon as CEO. So essentially the very same network that's responsible for the rise of Jeffrey Epstein is responsible for the rise of Jamie Dimon and putting him in this exact position he is in today, and making him one of the top bankers in the United States. And so it's important to remember that just like Jeffrey Epstein, Jamie Dimon is a man who knows who put him in a certain position of power, and he's beholden to, essentially.
Also, it almost sounds, you've described Jeffrey Epstein as almost middle management, right? And so the tentacles spread and the roots go very, very deep. He's not the one that is actually pulling the strings, so to speak. He's sort of in the middle, and the power resides above him. And names that people aren't familiar with that you've been pulling out in your book. So, my first question is just, are there certain qualities about Jamie or his background or why he would be the right choice, where these people could essentially direct him in the way that they want? Or do you think that he's always, this sounds like deep corruption, just corruption. I want power at the expense of anything else. So do you believe that Jamie Dimon's corrupt?
Well, I think, what you just mentioned is probably where the truth lies. So remember, basically Dimon got where he was with Citigroup, right? Because he was basically the underling of Sandy Weil. And after a while, he was tired of being in Sandy Weil's shadow, and it led to the spat. And then he gets, basically forced out, or he resigns, depending on who you believe, from Citigroup. And after, building up this giant bank, for decades, he's doesn't have anything, right? And then, people come along with an offer saying, we'll give you just as much, if not more power than your former mentor, Sandy Weil. I think he was probably willing to play ball to be able to climb his way to the top, and now he's definitely outshone his mentor to a significant degree, right?
It's hard. I don't know if anyone in the audience or you will relate, but it's like, I want to believe that people are good. I do. And that, there's something that happens in numbers and in groups where all of a sudden you have to defend your power, your position, your community, your group. So maybe things start to go awry, and then all of a sudden time goes by and it turns into just a a spiral and more negative outcomes have happened when the intentions were good. It's just hard to believe that people could be in these positions. They're elites, they don't have to worry about money, they wield all this power and influence, and they're okay with, hurting people or being a part of a system at large. Maybe they're not directly hurting anybody, but the system that they're in hurts people.
I don't think they care about that. I think these people live in their own little social bubble where they interact with people just like them, and then they have servants who they don't really see on the same tier as them, as being beneath them, and then they just do what they do, because to a lot of these people it's all a big game. And they don't really see their actions as having consequences. A really good example of this is someone like Henry Kissinger, who makes all these insane foreign policy decisions when he's in power, and he's like, U.S. soldiers are pawns for people like me to essentially move around the chessboard. And with people like Jamie Dimon, I don't really see the mentality as being that different. It's all about who's going to be top dog. He's probably still in his head competing with people like Sandy Weil or other, equivalents on Wall Street, and trying to be top dog. He's got something to prove, he wants to be king of the castle essentially. But he's not king of the castle, he's king of the castle because certain people helped him get to that position. And it's, as I mentioned earlier, the same people that were responsible for Jeffrey Epstein's activities. And this is why I think this JP Morgan lawsuit about the Epstein ties is likely to be very revealing, because you have the U.S. Virgin Islands going after billionaires. They're subpoenaing people like Mort Zuckerman, Google co-founder Sergey Brin, who were definitely involved with a lot of these activities. But mainstream media has actually been unwilling to go after those people, but the U.S. Virgin Islands is willing to at least attempt to subpoena them and get to the bottom of things, and willing to say that this went far beyond Jess Staley, who, by the way, JP Morgan Chase in this current lawsuit is trying to pin everything on him and say Jamie Dimon knew nothing. And the USVI is going very hard to say that Dimon definitely knew something. And given my research, it's very hard to believe that Dimon knew nothing at all, when the same people responsible for him being in charge of JP Morgan Chase are the same people responsible for Epstein, and that you had people, including at the time that Bear Stearns got absorbed into JP Morgan. You have at that exact point Epstein moving to JP Morgan from Bear Stearns after, as I mentioned earlier, Epstein seems to have been the person that initiated the collapse of Bear Stearns personally, which is very insane in and of itself. And then he becomes, intimately involved with that bank. And according to the USVI, there's internal reports where people, like top executives at JP Morgan, were joking about Jeffrey Epstein's interest in minors, things like that. And other internal reports they cited in this hearing, it was very clear that Jeffrey Epstein, even though he's nominally supposed to be running a financial advisory firm at this time, has no financial activity consistent with any sort of client-based business. So he's obviously involved in something else very bizarre. And he was also extending loans to the company MC2, which was being run by Jean-Luc Brunel, who was probably the top person, along with Epstein, that was part of this sexual trafficking operation. And of course, like Epstein, Brunel died under suspicious circumstances in a jail cell in Paris not that long after Epstein died in 2019. So there's definitely something to hide. And if you're taking it, to Jamie Dimon, who himself is a billionaire, you really are trying to, at least to some extent, hold the powerful to account for this case, at least much more than anyone else with any sort of clout has done since the case really broke in earnest and became of major public interest in 2019.
Yeah, well, the case is what I wanted to focus on next. And by the way, no relation to that Brunel, by the way, just in case anyone's
wondering. Oh, yeah, it's spelled differently also.
Yeah. But yeah, so as you mentioned, people are getting subpoenaed. A lot of people, when we've done our interviews before, they've asked, how come this black book is not out? How come the media is not focusing more on these connections that Epstein had to very, very powerful people that are still in office, or still the head of corporations? But now in the mainstream, it is coming out that potentially Jamie Dimon knew that Epstein was a sex trafficker. What is the exact evidence that reveals that may be true? And why is it the USVI that's going after it? Because you mentioned in your article, I mean, an attorney got fired right after this case was filed, I believe, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Denise George was the Attorney General of the USVI that filed this case, and she was fired just a few days later. So a lot of people, put two and two together, and assume they're related, and they probably are. But they're still continuing to prosecute this case, and it's not exactly clear why them. I guess there's more interest there. And there were a lot of weird things that Epstein was doing in the U.S. Virgin Islands, looking to recruit youths to work for him, for example, wanting to collect a bunch of DNA of U.S. Virgin Islanders and turn it into what he referred to as a biomedical Google. So, maybe there's different reasons we don't know about why they're very unhappy with Jeffrey Epstein's activities and his presence in their, I would say country, but really the U.S. Virgin Islands is essentially a colony of the United States. But to be honest, a lot of the U.S. legal and justice system is not going to go after the people actually responsible for Jeffrey Epstein. So that's probably why it's coming from someplace like the USVI. It definitely would never come from a place like the Southern District of New York. Or anything like that, because obviously, in my opinion, the only reason they went after Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell was because of factional power plays between different powerful groups among the U.S. elite that wanted to use, take down Epstein for particular reasons. And we can speculate why that might be later on. But I think there's, there definitely is a lot to prosecute here. People were actually interested, but it involves going after very powerful individuals in the United States and very powerful networks. So, for example, this super mob network that I mentioned earlier that goes back decades and decades, these particular networks, for example, the Crowns in Chicago and another super mob family from Chicago, intimately related to them, the Pritzkers, are essentially responsible for people like Barack Obama and the Clinton family, well, at least some of the Clinton family. Obviously you have, Arkansas with Jackson Stevens and similar organized crime linked, intelligence linked billionaires and businessmen in their rise. But, Hillary Clinton's unsuccessful presidential campaign, for example, had a lot of ties to the Pritzkers and the Crowns. And these guys have a lot of influence over the Democratic Party specifically. Actually, currently a Pritzker is governor of the state of Illinois. These are very powerful people still today. And of course, Wexner is the most powerful man in the state of Ohio. He has been for decades. He is widely believed to essentially control the most important political offices there. And at least during his lifetime, the other richest man in Ohio that was a business partner of Wexner's, Edward De Bartolo, was also a well-known organized crime associate. So, if it's true for Ohio and it's true for Illinois, it's probably true for a lot of other states in the U.S. And these networks are very interconnected. They're very insidious. So you start pulling on the thread of one and exposing one, it's going to bring out a lot of stuff about how the political system in the United States actually operates. And I think they don't want that to happen. I think that's pretty clear.
Well, the criminal justice system isn't going after these people. Media really isn't going after these people. People like Elizabeth Warren are supposed to defend the public against the big bankers, and yet it seems like all of their policies only create a stronger and stronger consolidation of these powerful people. And I'm sure that they have a lot of influence in Washington D.C. The people like Jamie Dimon. So do you think that this banking crisis, because a lot of people they were freaking out about a month ago, right, thinking that this is going to be another 2008 moment, and we're going to slowly start to unwind. The Fed will have to come in and pivot, and all of a sudden we're going to be printing and mooning on all the speculative assets. But in seriousness, I mean, they stepped in. They provided this, loan facility so that the banking system doesn't go under. But we're not in the clear by any means. What do you think is going to play out? Because I know you mentioned earlier, and you talked about it on one of my other shows, there might be some kind of coordinated attack at some point that ushers us all into a new system with these central bank digital currencies. But how is this going to play out? Like, what should people watch for over the coming months?
Yeah, so I think essentially what's happening now is that we're seeing efforts to sort of kick the can down the road until the solution they want to offer people when this crisis really kicks off. Because as I'm sure your audience knows, a lot of, what's coming is essentially inevitable just because of the nature of a debt-based monetary system and a lot of the insane monetary policy that followed the 2008 economic crisis. There's a lot of stuff that eventually, and also, the U.S. government debt. I mean, there's so many issues coming to a head for the U.S. economy right now, and then you have major challenges, for example, that are on picking up with increasing speed. Challenges to the petrodollar system or the status of the U.S. as a global reserve currency, and things of that nature. So there's a lot of compounding problems. I would argue that there's going to be an effort to kick the can down the road until they can offer their quote unquote solution, which I think is pretty clear going to be some sort of precursor to the CBDC or the CBDC itself. And I think they have more infrastructure to put in place before they want that to happen. I think people should essentially consider, this crisis is very real. Now is the time to prepare because there is a lull, but it is a planned lull. And after the lull is going to come a planned controlled demolition.
I was just about to say those words. It sounds like controlled demolition. Well, and people don't realize too, central bank digital currencies are going to involve these big banks. It's not going to be that it's going to be kind of tied entirely with them. So you'll have one account that's maybe a retail account, but another that's tied directly to the government. And it will be, that infrastructure is going to be kind of tied together. Do you know exactly how that'll work? Because obviously a central bank digital currency, some might think, well, that would make the commercial banks obsolete. Why would you need a Chase Bank account if you have a CBDC and an account with the Fed? But it's not like that. There's actually an incentive to have fewer banks because those banks will have that relationship with the central bank.
Will be allowed to have that relationship.
And you'll only bank with them. How will that work?
Exactly.
Got it.
So I guess the model people can look to for this has actually already been implemented in Russia. So of course, Russia's central bank is working on a CBDC, but there's also the Spur coin that was launched by Sberbank, which I believe is Russia's biggest bank. I think the Russian government is the majority owner of Sberbank, but the guy that runs Sberbank, Herman Graf, is a devoted, what would you call him? Like a devoted follower of Klaus Schwab and the World Economic Forum, very much pushing for, the use of biometrics as payments and a lot of this other stuff that sort of gets referred to as, a coming technocracy or the rollout of the fourth industrial revolution. And so it's very likely that JP Morgan is positioning itself to sort of be that equivalent in the United States. For example, you've already had them in the past few weeks openly push for mass adoption of biometric payments. They're going to start making it available to their clients, paying with your face, paying with your palm. Of course, Amazon is attempting to roll these types of payment methods out as well. And then more recently, you have Jamie Dimon in the past couple of days saying that private land, private property should be seized by the government for the purpose of developing so-called clean energy for climate change. So that tells you
15-minute cities. 15-minute cities. People should really look into those too.
Yeah, so Dimon is, for people that don't know, openly affiliated with the World Economic Forum, and he supports a lot of these policies as well. And JP Morgan, after any big consolidation move, is definitely one of the too big to fail banks that the federal government will move to protect at all costs. And I think Dimon's very aware of that. And essentially what will happen, I think, is, JP Morgan saying now we're rolling out this feature where you can voluntarily pay with your face or your fingerprints or a palm scan. But what happens when JP Morgan says, well, actually, we've decided for reason X, Y, and Z that this is the only way you'll be allowed to pay from now on. You give a bank like JP Morgan all that power, it's not going to be hard for them to do. And unfortunately, because of the Silicon Valley Bank crisis and the resulting aftermath, you had people in the days after that pretty much saying that one of the big winners was already at that point, just days after the collapse, JP Morgan Chase, because so many people were opening and moving accounts there because the federal government was essentially signaling if you go to one of these too big to fail mega banks, your money will be safe.
Yep.
It's hard not to see this as a concerted policy push to get people to feel like their money is only safe in one of these giant mega banks that's on board for these agendas, whether it's CBDCs or biometric payments, programmable money. And I think it's pretty clear that Jamie Dimon is definitely going to be on board for all of that. So, if you're going to put your money with JP Morgan Chase because you think it'll be safe, well, yeah, it might be safe in a sense, but at what cost ultimately to your economic freedom and your civil liberties? I think these are the questions that people should be, asking themselves.
Vos achats hebdomadaires moyens coûtent moins cher chez Walmart que dans les grandes épiceries. All right, it's time for another short break to hear these messages from my sponsors. Next, I'd love to share Crowd Health, a Bitcoin alternative to health insurance. Health insurance costs can be sky high today, and you send your money every month to a massive corporation, the health insurance black hole, and if you don't need any health care, you never see the money again. But if you do need a doctor, you end up having to pay even more out of pocket, especially if you end up as one of the 20% of claims on average that aren't covered. With Crowd Health, you pay a small monthly fee that goes into an account that you accrue over time and is yours to use or keep if you ever leave. You can even save that money in Bitcoin. Crowd Health is all about community, and the community crowdfunds everyone's healthcare. So if something happens to you or you have a doctor visit, Crowd Health negotiates down the medical bill lower than what insurance would be, and then the community helps you cover it. And in turn, you can help others cover their needs. For more information, you can head to joincrowdhealth.com/Natalie, and if you use promo code Natalie, you get 6 months for $99. Next up, iTrust Capital. iTrust Capital lets you invest in Bitcoin for your retirement with the tax benefits of an IRA. You can defer taxes on gains using a crypto IRA, or with a Roth IRA, you can withdraw tax-free at retirement. And here are some important things to know. iTrust does not lend against client assets. iTrust accounts are FDIC insured up to $250,000 US, and customer assets are held between Coinbase custody and a custody platform called Fireblocks. Fireblocks, by the way, underlies pretty much the entire industry. So if you're doing retirement planning and considering adding Bitcoin to your IRA portfolio, you can sign up for an account and get a $100 bonus at itrust.capital/Natalie Brunel. Now back to the show. Exactly. And you've been doing some investigations on the West and cybercrime and sort of this, they're fusing the tech sector with intelligence and government more and more. I know that one thing that's happening with this push against crypto, because, crypto in large part, this is why the technology was, why the cypherpunks were so passionate about separating money from the state so that the power would return to the individual as opposed to these centralized entities.
Yeah.
And Jamie Dimon's come out there saying he hates Bitcoin. He was at Davos on TV mentioning that. But they're going after the platforms, the on-ramps. A lot of people were talking about Custodia, and the main headlines focused on the fact that the Fed denied Custodia's application to be a member of the Federal Reserve because it was going to be a one-to-one backed reserve bank. But actually, they wanted to release a stablecoin, a private stablecoin, and they don't want private stablecoins. They want to control the digital dollar, right?
But you know what's weird though? The Federal Reserve had no problems approving Farmington State Bank, the weird bank that Alameda Research and FTX poured millions of dollars into. That was previously a bank with an insanely low number of deposits in the middle of nowhere. I mean, it's like a one-room bank in rural Washington with really no presence, and then they're able to get really rapid approval by the San Francisco Fed to become, a member bank. I mean, it's just really crazy. So apparently, if you're tied up with the right people in crypto, you can get approval from the Fed. But if you're not tied up with the right people, then you're not.
Well, it seems, they're worried about these on-ramps because they don't want trillions of dollars in stable coins and Bitcoin that they can't control. It's out of their control. And I don't know if you saw
the competitors, right? CBDC, right? Well, because CBDCs are so fundamentally unattractive to most Americans for obvious reasons that the only way they can have widespread adoption is to have no competitors. So stablecoin's an obvious competitor.
Natalie Smolensky, who's in the Bitcoin space, she wrote a Forbes article that said Congress moves to broaden president's emergency powers, reintroduce internet export controls, and that there's been, they've introduced several pieces of legislation in the last couple of months, the Restrict Act, the Data Act, the Anti-Social. A lot of this is under the guise of, we're trying to protect you from TikTok, like China is controlling you, but actually they're controlling you. Can you speak to that? Because like I said, you talked about this in your investigations into the moves against, supposedly cybercrime, but actually it's just taking your data and controlling it and removing privacy and introducing surveillance.
Yeah, so about TikTok, right? Like I'm very sure that the Chinese National Security State utilizes that for that purposes, but it's very insane to think the US government hasn't been doing that to an even greater extent with their tentacles very well deep, and it's documented into every other social media platform, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. They have backdoors into all of it, and actually it was a very suspect company called Varen Inc. that made all of those backdoors into these platforms for the NSA. So, we've been mass surveilled on by our own government for a very long time. And so I would argue that any efforts to sort of make TikTok the bad guys just because they don't like competition for surveilling on their own populace, but that doesn't necessarily mean that, the U.S. National Security State are the good guys. I would argue it's really, quite the opposite. So as I mentioned earlier, there's this web partnership against cybercrime, and the U.S. government is openly part of that and a major driver of that, along with some of these big multinational banks. And some of the policies of this partnership are completely insane. One of the ones I write about in my 2-part series on them is how they're basically lobbying to merge law enforcement with Wall Street banks, and then at the same time with banking regulators. So, and this is all allegedly under the guise of stopping potential financial cybercrime. That hasn't happened yet, but if it did happen, it would be so catastrophic. So to prevent it, we have to merge, again, law enforcement agencies with Wall Street and banking regulators. So first of all, merging Wall Street with their regulators is crazy talk. I mean, it's obviously
it kind of already
insane.
happens. There's a revolving door. One person works for
Well,
this,
of course, there's a revolving door.
private sector, public, yeah.
Exactly. But imagine, so there's a, essentially they have fused in a sense through that revolving door, but imagine if the fusion is overt, how much stuff would happen, right? So at least they have to keep a veneer of the idea that they're separate and independent, right?
Yeah.
If they don't have to do that anymore, it's a very different game. And if you add law enforcement into this nexus, first of all, Wall Street banks will never be held accountable for anything ever. But also, any sort of financial activity you're not allowed to do, engage in, right? In this paradigm where your financial activity is surveilled and you can, get in trouble for spending your money on the wrong thing or donating to the wrong person or who knows what, law enforcement will know right away. And this is already happening to an extent as well. So like with January 6th, for example, there was Bank of America colluding with U.S. Capitol Police to help them identify alleged rioters on January 6th and a lot of other stuff that, essentially, you have people like Tucker Carlson call out Bank of America for acting as an unofficial intelligence agency in that regard. So essentially what you're having is an effort to formalize all of that and make it its own system under the guise of cybercrime. And again, the FBI, the Department of Justice, and the U.S. Secret Service are part of the body developing this policy. So this is, a policy that our federal government is trying to enact, and it's complete madness. The whole idea, one of their whole justifications, right, is, among other things, to stop money laundering. And this is something we hear from people like Elizabeth Warren, too, about why crypto essentially has to be eliminated. But money laundering has been going on from the big banks, HSBC, JP Morgan. I mean, all these guys are known money launderers, including in HSBC's case. I mean, they were openly outed for money laundering for some of the biggest drug cartels in the world. Okay, so how is eliminating crypto going to stop that, Elizabeth Warren? I mean, it's complete hypocrisy, and it's about protecting the money launderers that they work for and eliminating financial anonymity for the rest of us.
Well, a lot of these banks pay more in fines on a yearly basis than everything that was lost in the supposed crypto bubble burst. And you mentioned in your investigative work that this isn't just about financial transactions, but they could also potentially arrest people for disinformation. And it makes me think about everything that happened, with Snowden, just revealing that all of a sudden once you have one person's name and connections, you can link that to a web of so many other people. Now you have all of their data and information, and that can ultimately be used against you. You can be put on a list where you've said something that
It's worse than that,
government.
because this is all about predictive.
People think
Oh,
that
sorry.
because that was exposed, that it's over, but it's not.
No, it's worse because now it's about predictive policing. It's about pre-crime, and this is a key part too of the Biden administration's war on domestic terror, which dovetails a lot. The policies of which dovetail a lot with what we're talking about right now. It's all about using our artificial intelligence to analyze all your online and financial activity and predicting if you may engage in some sort of naughty or criminal activity in the future. It's not just about what you do, it's about what you might do. So that adds a whole extra level of insanity to this, because you don't necessarily have to be guilty of any crime to be punished, right? This is a whole pre-crime paradigm, and that's why companies like Palantir are so critical to all of what's going on right now. Because these companies are about data mining and then using. I mean, Palantir has been piloting predictive policing in the United States since at least 2015, and they're, in my opinion, as you know, my work has pointed out, the direct and intentional successor to a DARPA program called Total Information Awareness that was exactly about creating this sort of pre-crime type paradigm in the United States after 9/11, and it was totally attacked by the media, the ACLU, all these other organizations, because it would completely eliminate American privacy. Privacy as a concept would cease to exist, and that's why it was defunded by Congress. But then Palantir is resurrected as a completely private entity as opposed to a public-private entity like it would have been under DARPA. And apparently it's fine. And the people that created Palantir worked with the people that were running TIA, who's actually a major co-conspirator in Iran-Contra, John Poindexter. Peter Thiel and Alex Karp go to him. They're connected to him by the neocon and architect of the Iraq War, Richard Pearl. And in doing so, they make plans to create Palantir, the intended client of which, according to Alex Karp, was always the CIA. The CIA was their first client for the first 3 years of their existence as a company, and the CIA helped them design their platform, and now they contract for all 18 U.S. intelligence agencies. And one of the things they do is they label people as subversives. And there's this policy since the 1980s, again developed by this Iran-Contra nexus, called the Continuity of Government Protocol, and there is a database of Americans, millions of Americans they deem subversive, that if ever enacted, and in order to enact this protocol, all you need is a vaguely defined national emergency. And then these Americans can just have their constitutional rights completely suspended. And that's what we're essentially sleepwalking into. And all you really need is the right domestic terror false flag or the right cybercrime false flag. And all this stuff has been being built for decades and waiting in the wings, and it's total insanity. And it's very interesting you have Peter Thiel come up in that particular context, because Peter Thiel, even though he describes himself occasionally as a Bitcoin maxi, is the guy that said on stage next to CIA Director Mike Pompeo that Bitcoin might be a Chinese financial weapon against the US and all this other stuff. And of course, he himself played a very odd role in the run on the Silicon Valley Bank not that long ago. So he's definitely someone to pay more attention to, I would say. And I certainly want to trust what he says publicly, at least about claiming to be a Bitcoin maxi at face value.
It's very interesting. I know he did speak at the big Bitcoin conference last year. You know, all this sounds so dystopian. And like you said, we might be sleepwalking into it. But I know that I do what I do and you do what you do because we want to make change for the better and have hope that it could get better, right? I mean, future generations not enter a world like this. And so Bitcoin does provide that hope for a lot of people. So I'm just kind of curious in terms of your own journey studying Bitcoin. Do you think that Bitcoin has the potential to be something that saves us from this? Or do you think that the powers that be could squash it, especially because right now it still depends on so many fiat on-ramps and it's not as big as we'd like it to be? What are your thoughts on that?
So what concerns me is that you have, again, this web partnership against cybercrime. They link not just Bitcoin in terms of its existence as a driver of cybercrime, but any sort of Bitcoin having any sort of value of significance, right? So essentially what they say there is that in order to stop cybercrime, you should not just stop people from being able to use Bitcoin as a currency. You should essentially target Bitcoin and drive its value down to zero. Because as long as it has value, it's still a driver of cybercrime. So that's pretty crazy. And if you consider, the insane efforts that are technically really illegal of the U.S. government right now to stop, for example, banks from engaging in crypto business, like you had with Signature Bank, for example. I mean, that's totally insane what happened there. And really egregious. If this type of activity continues, which is likely, what we could see could be truly unprecedented stuff, like efforts to completely illegalize. Would that actually be able to work? Would people still be able to get around that? It depends on how they do it, and it depends on how successful this dragnet of surveillance and this effort to completely upend privacy, how it actually goes. Unfortunately for me, I do hold some. You're facing, when it seems like a major economic crisis is waiting in the wings, Bitcoin, just like gold, you can't eat it, right? So there's certain things that I think people should do to prepare that involve, taking care of your more immediate needs, maybe having a food store, having plans like that about securing, your basic needs for you and your family in some type of crisis. But at the same time too, with Bitcoin, I think it's important to keep in mind, there is a lot of technology that certain people use to try and keep their Bitcoin or their cryptocurrency transactions in general for being surveilled. But me personally, knowing what I know about the national security state, I don't really have any illusions of privacy in that regard. So I think people need to keep this stuff in mind and be realistic, but ultimately, I do really like the ethos of a lot of Bitcoiners because they really are at the frontier of fighting a lot of these encroachments on basically what is the end of privacy for Americans. But I think there's a lot of other ways that this needs to be tackled as well. And one of it, there was a really good article that I read the other day written in Off Guardian, which is a UK outlet. And it was essentially arguing that, our slavery to convenience in the form of the smartphone is essentially what's being used to push us into this paradigm. And I was listening to this interesting interview the other day by a guy named E.D. Tucker, and he was sort of talking about this cyber attack paradigm that is talked about a lot in these web policy papers. And how, his theory about what they could do is, there's this cybercrime, this cyber attack, your phone starts working, and the federal government tells everyone, oh, your money's not safe, so for your security, we're transferring your holdings in this or that, regardless of what it's into CBDC tokens or something like that, or some other sort of paradigm like that. I think people need to be really aware of that and have some sort of, cold storage option for Bitcoin or something like that, where if that is the way they try and get people onboarded to CBDC, whether they like it or not, which is, more likely than not, to be honest, people need to be prepared for that in the Bitcoin community and have, a really spend some serious time thinking about if this stuff does come to pass, what are you going to do? And if you want to continue using Bitcoin, how are you going to, ensure that you will be able to use it, even if the regulatory and, law enforcement, gets involved trying to go after Bitcoiners in a very aggressive way. I think we don't want to sleepwalk into any of these sorts of situations. So, even though it sounds kind of dire, it's just important for people to be aware of what the stakes are and what these people are planning. Otherwise, you might be caught unprepared, right?
I'm really glad you mentioned cold storage because you're right. If it's on any of these platforms, just because you have Bitcoin, if it's not your keys, not your coins, they could potentially cut off, any of these arteries and they have these choke points. And it is important to recognize that that's, Bitcoiners are really trying to fight against this. The cypherpunks in the 90s are the reason that the Biden and other bureaucrats didn't succeed in their crackdown on encryption and online privacy. And so we really, I think, more information needs to get out because, like you mentioned before, the power is with us. And so I guess my last question where I want to wrap it up is, do you think that, going back to that idea of controlled demolition, are we just in this holding period before it all culminates in some massive collapse, systemic crack, unwinding, another crisis to usher us onto this scary spaceship? And why do you have hope, or do you still have hope that we will have these parallel systems in place like Bitcoin and enough people know about them to empower them? Because we got to give them the power and strength so that we get off that ship.
Yeah, so I do think the controlled demolition thing is essentially inevitable because if they know the system's going to collapse, and we know it's going to collapse at some point, and I'm not.
You think it's
part
going
of
to be
these
like a moment, like a
Well, not necessarily one moment, but I think you'll have one event and then a chain of events after it. Well, you have to keep in mind too, the 2008 financial crisis, that took several months to play out, right? So if you see Silicon Valley Bank and its collapse is the beginning of this financial crisis, even, this could be playing out over the next few months or the next couple years. It really depends on how they try and drag it out and for what purpose. And, ultimately, a lot of it might come down to things as simple as Federal Reserve policy, whether they continue to, fight inflation, quote unquote, raising interest rates, even though there's a bunch of banks on the brink and all of this stuff. After Silicon Valley Bank, people thought they weren't going to hike, and then they did hike. And you have to keep in mind too that there's, Catherine Austin Fitts and some other people have pointed out that BlackRock has had a lot of undue influence over what the Fed does, whether that's the going direct reset plan they made with the Fed in Jackson Hole in late 2019 about what their COVID-19 monetary policy would be before COVID-19 happened, or their prediction after Silicon Valley Bank that they would hike rates when everyone else said they wouldn't, and then BlackRock turns out to be, they have a lot of influence there, and you have, these big guys, whether it's Jamie Dimon or people like Larry Fink pushing to totally reimagine, they say, major global financial institutions like the World Bank and the IMF and all this other stuff going on. There's a lot of madness going on here, but they're obviously making plans, right? And so I would argue that, again, it's probably going to be a controlled demolition in the sense that they know it has to collapse at some point, and they want to be able to control that collapse for their explicit benefit, and for the implementation of the policy agendas that they want implemented, for their benefit, not for our benefit, right? So that's what we have to look out for, and whether or not people are successful in avoiding all of this ultimately depends on what people do right now. So again, and I've said in a lot of past interviews, what it comes down to is how enslaved we are to our own convenience and the system as it is right now. Sometimes it's very hard to change your habits, but now is the time to do that. And it can be, you can start off with things as simple as divesting from big tech, for example, if you don't want to stop having a smartphone, you can at least invest in a de-Googled phone, or one that doesn't use an operating system from a big tech overlord, because, for example, if you have an Android phone and Google shuts down your Google account, you can't really use your Android phone anymore unless it's a de-Googled Android. It's very easy for them to take that away from you. And what would you do if you didn't have your smartphone? Some people in the United States and elsewhere would, go totally insane and wouldn't know what to do with themselves, right? So, people need to be thinking about this stuff, and it's not necessarily that hard. And I think another thing people need to divest from as well is legacy social media, because to be honest, those platforms are totally controlled, and it's like a psyop fest 24/7 on places like Facebook and Twitter. You don't know what's a real account and what's not, if the person you're talking to is real or what's not, why things are allowed to go viral. The U.S. military specifically has been pouring millions of dollars in how to manipulate people using social media since at least 2011. And one of their programs was to try and use social media to control people like they control drones, like basically turn people and direct them like they were robots by using social media and creating fake influencers whose message they then manipulate. It's a completely manipulated information environment. The alternative to that is to start using RSS feeds again and get an RSS reader app or something like that. You go to the websites you like, and you essentially create your own newsfeed and take out the middleman social media completely, so you don't have the manipulated information algorithm anymore. There's a lot of ways of these different challenges that people can address right now. And of course, ultimately at the end of the day, people need to think about how you're going to keep you and your family fed, sheltered, safe during, a time when there's a complete economic collapse. So the U.S., 2008 was an economic crisis, but it wasn't exactly a complete economic collapse. So I live in South America. I know a lot of people from Argentina. They experienced a complete economic collapse in 2001. That was really, really crazy. And essentially what I've heard from people over there is that the best way to handle that is to be mentally prepared for things getting insane, because if you're not, you're going to make impulsive, very bad decisions, most likely based out of fear. The more prepared you are, whether it's mentally or physically or whatever, the better off you will be, because that is really the paradigm we are facing. And I definitely think they want to make it extreme enough where people will willingly take the CBDC option or be scared enough to give away more of their freedoms for a feeling of greater security. And this is, the paradigm that's been used time and time again to take away our freedoms. And we have very few freedoms left to take, right? And to paraphrase the Benjamin Franklin quote, those who give up their freedom for security will have or deserve neither, right? That's essentially what will happen. This is a pre-planned crisis. The way it's going to play out has been planned. And their main tool is fear. So the more you give into that fear and follow where that fear leads you, the more you'll be, the deeper you'll be led into the system that they're creating, right? So these are things to think about when thinking about, what to do to prepare yourself. But ultimately, I have hope that enough people will do it, but I don't think everyone will do it. And it might be something like COVID-19 again, where you have a rift among people, people going one way and people going the other way. But unfortunately, you have to decide if how much your sovereignty matters to you and if you're willing to make tough decisions to keep it. Because we're really at a point where if you don't take the time to think about that stuff or make those decisions, you will lose it. They will take it from you.
I'm going to move on your island, Whitney. We're going to have our own freedom land. I mean, but it's true, though. Freedom is not a given. It is very fragile, and we have to fight to defend it. We have to strengthen it. Otherwise, it's going to erode very quickly. It's interesting that you brought up RSS feed, because the other day I read the background of this guy, Aaron Swartz, who helped invent it, and he was fighting for a lot of this and tragic death. But, this idea that we really do have to take control, and the internet should be open, and our privacy and our data should be protected, but we're moving in the opposite direction. And things like Bitcoin do give me hope. The idea that through cryptography and Bitcoin, we can digitally sign to verify things in a world of AI and PSYOPs and all of that. I mean, I really hope we go in the right direction, because otherwise I'm scared of the future and I refuse to accept that reality right now. So thank you so much, Whitney. I don't know if you have any final thoughts, but everyone check out her article, Rise of Jamie Dimon. You have more articles about the Crown family and just going even deeper coming out. The book, One Nation Under Blackmail, amazing. Whitney, I'll give you the floor.
Yeah, well, the only thing I'd add to that is in May, I will probably, if all goes well, be speaking at the Bitcoin Magazine conference. So maybe see you there.
Well, I'm very, very excited about this. Awesome. Everyone go to you get tickets, b.tc/conference, code HODL for 10% off, and go see Whitney. Anything else, Whitney? I just love
No,
you.
that's it. You can find my work at unlimitedhangout.com. We have a newsletter that you can sign up to. If you don't want to do the RSS feed stuff, you can get all my content straight to your inbox, not really have to worry about crazy social media antics, because it's only going to get crazier.
We need more journalists like you. You're so brave. Just thank you so much for all you do, and I'll talk to you soon, Whitney.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you so much for checking out this episode of Coin Stories. Again, hit like on the video and make sure that you have those notifications on so you don't miss out on any new episodes. And I would love to hear from you. If you have suggestions, feedback, guest requests, please email me at natalie@talkingbitcoin.com. Thanks so much.
So you get all your investment advice over the phone?
That's just me. See Jerry over there? He does everything online.
Everything. Okay, but which way's best?
The question is, which way is best for you? With BMO, you can get personalized advice online, in person, and over the phone with an advisor. I like that. Exactly, because confidence is always a good look.
So I'm thinking frosted tips.
Oh, that's good. Tips from her, advice from BMO.
Investment advice the way you want it. That's the BMO effect.
What exactly is the opposite of Goldilocks? Live from Studio 2 here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York, I'm Romaine Bostic.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. We're kicking off to the closing bell here in the U.S. and you take a look at the equity trade right now. The S&P 500, it's trying to go green, not quite exactly getting there, down about 0.1% at the moment. That's even though you have seen big tech flip into positive territory. The Nasdaq 100 up about 0.2%. So again, fighting back. You take a look at the bond market right now, can't exactly say the same. Yields down about a basis point or so on that 10-year treasury yield. We're above 4%, but not by too much. Again, it feels like 4% has been like a magnet. I will say that over and over again. Let's take a look at Bitcoin because it is drifting lower, only down about 1% right now, Romaine. This is as we count down potentially to SEC approval on that spot Bitcoin ETF.
Yeah, we're going to talk a lot about that a little bit later here on this show. But as far as the broader market goes, that massive year-end rally in equities is showing some strain here at the start of the new year. Max Kettner, the chief multi-asset strategist over at HSBC, told Bloomberg Television earlier he sees a reverse Goldilocks scenario out there because of the mismatch between some of the aggressive pricing for Fed rate hikes, or cuts, I should say, and a resilient economy that would suggest higher for longer rates. Now, Kettner says that if the economic outlook doesn't change, then the rates outlook needs to be corrected, and that will leave investors with very few places to hide. Meanwhile, over at PIMCO, they're saying don't give up on bonds. Not surprising, of course, coming from the world's largest active fixed income manager, but it does make the case that while duration risks should still be contained, bonds could see equity-like returns in 2024. Among the strategies PIMCO favors, yield curve steepening and a fuller embrace of private markets, which it says will offer some of the best global financial crisis. And as Katie was just mentioning, the countdown to decision day for the crypto faithful continues. Bitcoin modestly weaker on the day, even with bouts of strong volatility in between, as U.S. regulators face that deadline to decide on that spot Bitcoin ETF application by Kathy Wood's ARC21 shares, for potential competitors as well. Katie.
Let's kick things off right now with Philip Colmar. He is global strategist over at MRB Partners, joining us on set. Great to see you. And let's start off with the markets because right now it feels like very much we're in a bit of a holding pattern. We do have some risk events coming up. We have CPI to look forward to and then earnings season. Which do you think is going to be more important as we really get into the meat of 2024? Is it this corporate fundamental outlook or is this still a macro market?
Yeah, I think it is a macro market in the sense that inflation is still going to be very important to the Fed as we come through in this window of disinflation. That being said, as you said, we've had a heck of a rally coming into this year, and the financial markets have really repriced for that so-called Goldilocks scenario, both on the bond market and on the equity market. Now, Goldilocks being that we're going to slow down into a subdued growth backdrop and allow the Fed to provide those rate cuts as inflation comes down. I don't think that's the right view. And so both of those fronts will be important. Stronger earnings will be important, but also the fact that as we go through the year, inflation not coming down as much as the market's anticipating, not justifying those Fed rate cuts.
And so what does that digestion look like? Okay, let's say inflation doesn't come down as some of the most optimistic cases that are priced in right now. How does that shake out when you think about equities in relation to fixed income? What looks like an opportunity and where would you stay away from?
Yeah, so I think in that shakeout or that congestion period, I think what you want to do is you want to focus on some of the laggards of this rally, so to speak. So within the cyclical and the defensive side. So the laggards being places like the financials, which have done well as of late, but certainly the financials, aerospace and defense. We recently took a recommendation into energy as well to add to that cyclical exposure. On the defensive side, you want to pair it a bit there, have some. We like the healthcare exposure at this point versus the other staples and utilities, and partially because I think the downward adjustment in terms of bond yields has pretty largely run its course. I think as the year goes on, as we see that we're going from what the world thinks is a soft landing to a no landing scenario, inflation not coming down, bond yields have more upside than they do downside. And so then you want to be away from the growth stocks and away from some of those bond proxies in the defensive space.
So what's the reconciliation though between, I guess, what, at least on the economic front, appears to be a relatively stable economy and a market that seems to be pricing in 5-6 rate cuts, which would presume a weaker economy than where we are?
Yeah, so that's a real disconnect. If you look at where the data is, even the Fed has given some signal towards those rate cuts. I would argue that if you went back into the end of October, we had sucked up a lot of the slack, but we hadn't become restrictive. It wasn't going down into a soft landing was already in place. And since then, you look even the data, the Fed's weekly economic index or the Red Book surveys, those kind of things, you're seeing a sequential improvement. So we're going from soft landing to no landing. I think people have kind of priced out that recession. They've solidified around soft landing. But soft landing is your Goldilocks, where you get enough below trend growth that inflation keeps drifting down, justifies those 5-6 rate cuts that are now priced in.
Mm-hmm.
The reality is that without that, it's going to be really hard. If you stay above trend growth, it's going to be hard to get that super core measure of inflation down. And as the year progresses, there's going to be a reconciliation of that, I think.
Well, but for top-down investment, I'm speaking specifically in equities right now here, is there a case to be made for a cyclical trade, or I guess a more of a macro trade rather than some of the bottom-up stock picking that seems to be?
Yeah, I think the macro trade comes into a no landing scenario.
Yeah.
So growth is going to be better, earnings expectations will be better, which broadens it out. At the same time, on a global basis, this year is going to be characterized by the trade cycle already starting to ebb higher.
Yeah.
You've got a semiconductor cycle in the back of that. That starts to open up really a lot of your cyclical exposure, even beyond the U.S., into the Euro area, into emerging Asia, ex-China. Those kind of things, we're going to start to see them start to, they have got earnings improvings, and the investor base will start to solidify around the sustainability of those earnings trends as the trade cycle picks up. So I do think that as we go in towards that no landing scenario, rather than anything more dire, because I don't think it's on that side, there's going to be some opportunities for that broadening of the rally catch-up phase.
All right, Philip, great to catch up with you. Philip Komar, global strategist over at MRE Partners, helping us kick off to the close here on this Tuesday afternoon. Some breaking news a few minutes ago that we're now getting to, with BlackRock said to be planning to dismiss about 600 employees, about a third of its global workforce. The latest retrenchment that we've seen from some of the big banks and financial institutions on Wall Street. Bloomberg Wall Street reporter Shali Bassick on set with us right now to walk us through this. I guess given some of the announcements we've heard from some of the other big banks on Wall Street, this isn't a total surprise. 3%, a relatively small number here, but is this maybe a harbinger of more to come?
Yeah, it certainly should be seen as that, because you have one of the biggest asset managers in the world, expected, by the way, in just this quarter alone, this previous quarter, to have brought in another $600 million in assets, given the market's rise. So their assets rising, if you will, but repositioning now, knowing that the asset management positioning is changing. And you see that from the memo to staff from Rob Capito and Larry Fink, that is BlackRock's president and CEO, saying that new technologies are poised to transform our industry and every other industry. So you have BlackRock trying to capitalize on this ETF boom, while also trying to double down on private assets and recognizing that there's a fundamental change.
Do you need more people for that though?
So they say that the headcount will probably be larger at the end of this year. So you're cutting about 600 jobs here in the current workforce. Remember, BlackRock last year had in January about 2.5% of their staff dismissed, and then another 1% of cuts in June. So it wasn't the only set of cuts that they had made. Now remember, BlackRock's assets, even if you expect them to come in for the end of last year at 9.7 trillion, is less than they had at their 2021 peak, given what we've seen in the changes in the market. A lot of this is market appreciation, right? But they are below where they had been before, and you have seen that reflected in the stock price of BlackRock in more recent moments.
Yeah, and of course, those asset levels, to your point, a lot of that has to do with the market. We're seeing that among other money managers as well. And with that in mind, situate this in the broader context. I mean, Romain mentioned that at the banks you've seen layoffs. You also have seen layoffs at other money managers as well recently.
Yeah, and one question to ask. The industry is consolidating. You have a lot of these asset managers that are looking around, knowing that scale is going to be important to them. And they're doing so by buying other assets that will help them push into different areas. One question mark when it comes to BlackRock is, yes, they've been a behemoth in passive investing, but what will they do about that private asset business that they have? They want to double their revenue over the next 5 years. What kind of talent do you need for that? That tends to be very expensive talent. On the other hand, how much are they going to be investing in technology and new product areas? Katie, you've covered this religiously. Their movement into the Bitcoin ETF world, for example, and purely when they think about the dollars that they're spending to maintain profitability in this new era of asset management, how much of that investment goes to more people, more bodies, versus more technology to make them competitive, and how much of it goes around the world to different growth regions where they could see more flows.
All right, Shanali Bassick, our Wall Street beat reporter here. Closer look at the latest news crossing the wire. BlackRock cutting about 3% of its workforce. That amounts to about 600 employees. But we should point out that memo that Larry Fink was a part of, saying that the company, will actually have a larger workforce by the time it gets to the end of the year than where it was last year. All right, a lot more coming up here on the show, including, well, an anniversary of what was dubbed the iPod phone. Of course, the iPhone unveiled back in 2007 by Steve Jobs. We're going to go out to the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas to see, well, is there a next big device out there from anyone anytime soon?
Plus, with New Year's resolutions underway, we'll look at the health of the fitness industry with Dave Long, the CEO of Orange Theory.
And a focus on supply chain, including tensions in the Red Sea and how it's affecting all those ships trying to make their way to the U.S. A conversation with Mario Cordero, the CEO over at the Port of Long Beach out in California. That conversation.
Votre vraie nature vous appelle. Explorez tous vos univers. Envie de voir où ça vous mènera? Voici le nouveau Nissan.
Some prices have not come down, and we're fighting pretty hard to get those prices to come down. And one area that really is difficult for Americans is healthcare affordability.
Met with Lael Brainerd, Joe Biden's top economic advisor, and of course the former Fed vice chair, speaking on the latest episode of the Bloomberg Odd Lots podcast about the persistent price pressures facing Americans. Pleased to say that the co-host of Odd Lots, Joe Weisenthal, joining us right now to talk a little bit more about what we heard from her. And I think it was an interesting narrative here, Joe, because we've talked so much on the show about the disconnect between what some of the economic data shows, which is inflation now under control, or at least like it's on its way to get under control, and all this anecdotal evidence from real people who say they're still upset about high prices.
Yeah, I mean, most economists think that, the labor market recovery has been unexpectedly strong. And the fact that the labor market has stayed so strong, even as, measures of CPI have decelerated so much, is pretty extraordinary stuff. And yet, obviously, we know there's widespread frustration with the economy still. There's a lot to the White House, I think, in an election year. And so as such, you see like areas where the White House can theoretically target prices in a way that would be highly salient. So she talked about cracking down further on junk fees, which may not be a big contributor to measured costs of inflation, but might be the type of thing where, people would really like it if the price of a hotel was actually
something immediate. I mean, as we know, a lot of people they just look in the here and now. I mean, they can say we're going to do this, we're going to build a factory to onshore this, but the effects of that won't be seen for years. I mean,
onshoring some sort of domestic production is exactly the type of thing that no one is going to notice anytime soon, which is its own issue for the administration, of course, because, of course, there are all these industrial policies that have been, passed and theoretically big accomplishments. There isn't a lot tangible yet that anyone can point to. But in the meantime, if the White House can use regulatory power, continue to push on legislation related to things like prescription drug prices, the bully pulpit of just sort of, attacking corporate greed or prices being too high, then maybe at the margin there are opportunities to sort of, highlight to the public that prices can still come down.
And I thought that was interesting because, I don't know, when we think about this being an election year, people feeling still pretty miserable about inflation, it kind of feels, or you can say that you have Joe Biden at the mercy of the Fed to bring inflation down. And I thought this was interesting, that focus on junk fees in particular, a way that the administration could actually at least try to fight back.
Right, again, I don't think junk fees are a huge contributor to measured inflation. But again, if it were just about measured inflation, then you would expect to see sentiment much better, because it really has. I mean, we're at over 9% on headline CPI in the middle of 2022, and over the last 6 months, measures have been, close to the Fed's target. So the question is, are there certain high salience things, prices, things that really annoy people? That
I have a long list.
You have. That should be. If you have a monologue, or things that annoy me.
How many times did you use the phrase Bidenomics on your program, if at all?
I can't
Because I don't know who.
I think the things that was very interesting in talking to her. You know, she put out this memo in December talking about like drivers of disinflation, and she pointed about supply side inflation, and she was very clear like this is to Biden's credit. That is the work that the White House put into easing supply chain pressures of various sorts that have allowed this sort of disinflation to happen and allow inflation to come down without a major labor market.
All right, Joe, great episode. Great to see you in person.
Great to see you
on
too.
set. That is Bloomberg's Joe Weisenthal, and you can always check him out on Odd Lots anywhere you find your podcast. Coming up on the close, though, we're going to take a look at the health of the fitness industry. More on demand at the start of the new year. Orange Theory. This is the close on Bloomberg.
Rentre dans votre budget, mettez ça dans votre camion. Home Depot, votre prix garanti.
All right, we're in the second week of the new year. Not to put too much pressure on you, but how exactly is your fitness resolution going? One company that's hoping to attract more customers who want to get in shape and live healthier lives is Orange Theory. It's the gym that uses digital technology with physical fitness. Pleased to say that the CEO of that company is joining us right now, Dave Long. Talk a little bit more here about the trajectory of the business, and of course, what I would presume is a relatively busy time for you as a you're on the right foot here. So let's start there here. How much increase in business do you see around this time of year?
Hey, great to be on. Yeah, I mean, obviously January every year comes around. Fantastic intentions to make a change to their fitness regimen. So January is a very busy year for us, and we've come out of the gate probably stronger than ever since back in 2019. Having incredible increases in our membership now the first 8 days of the year. We expect to have probably 20% of our growth, if not more, in the month of January in 2024.
I am curious about, we introduced you as the CEO, you're also the co-founder of this company, taking it from one location to something like 1,500 across the world here. When we talk about the growth and the business model that you built here, how much further can that be scaled up from where it is right now?
We pioneered really connected fitness and this personalized fitness back in 2010, and really the sky's the limit of where it can go. We have over 1,300 locations in the U.S., but many hundred more to go. We'll open about 60 in the U.S. alone this year. But then when you look international, that's really decades of growth ahead for us. We'll open about 35 locations, 35 to 40 internationally. Some key markets are going to grow substantially. Latin America, the GCC, and Japan can open additional units, as well as Europe. So we're spread across the whole globe. And I think what's most exciting is no matter where we open and grow internationally, there's a massive affinity for the product that Orange Theory has, which gets us very excited for the future.
And Dave, let's talk about the competitive landscape here, because in addition to Orange Theory, it just feels like there's so many different fitness options out there. If you think about CrossFit, for example, of course, Peloton to some extent, you can use the app at home for strength training, and then just the normal gym subscription, for example. How do you think about that, especially at January, the start of the year, when a lot of people are going back to the gym?
I think the way that we look at it is very few Americans, or even globally, are getting the minimal amount of physical exercise. So it's really not a shortage of consumers. It's really lining up consumers with a product that's going to get them results. So our focus has always been in a very personalized experience where our customers can get results and they can see the progression very early on. For somebody to stick with the fitness routine, and we always talk about every year, come February or March, a lot of people, they kind of fall out of the routine. Our goal and our mission is to really provide a routine and support so that folks kind of break through that 1, 2, 3 month period. We know when they do that, they stay committed for longer than 3 months.
So
they typically stick with the routine for a year or longer. And so that's really been our focus. But there's a lot. It's a battle that I think all fitness companies are
Go back in the gym. I don't know if you heard me counting. I did over 1,000.
Called a seat cushion, a revolutionary cushion that will transform your sitting experience. People everywhere around the world are talking about its many benefits. If you're tired of dealing with discomfort and pain from sitting, try Claudina today and experience the difference for yourself. Sitting for prolonged periods can cause a ton of health issues such as back pain, poor posture, and even decreased blood flow. People who work in offices.
Madam President, members of the court, it is an honor to appear before you on behalf of the State of Israel. As Professor Shaw noted, at this stage, South Africa does not need to prove that genocidal acts have been or are being committed. But it does have to show that the Genocide Convention is actually relevant of intent. Professor Shaw has spoken to the issue of express intent. It is my task to speak to the circumstances of Israel's actions.
Let's
Israel
hear it.
cannot possibly comprehensively
Can't
investigate
wait.
all of the allegations made in South Africa's application in this regard. The applicant paints a dire picture, but it is a partial and deeply flawed picture. The application is so distorted in its descriptions that it prevents the court from properly assessing the plausibility of the rights asserted by South Africa. Plausibility cannot be determined based on the unsubstantiated allegations of one party to the proceedings alone, if Article 41 of the court statute is to have any meaning. In the time available, I will address three aspects of reality on the ground that the applicant has either ignored or misrepresented. First, Hamas's military tactics and strategy. Second, Israel's efforts to mitigate civilian harm during operational activity. And third, Israel's efforts to address humanitarian hardship in Gaza, despite Hamas's attempts at obstruction. With respect to Hamas's military tactics and strategy, it is astounding that in yesterday's hearing, Hamas was mentioned only in passing and only in reference to the October 7 massacre in Israel. Listening to the presentation by the applicant, it was as if Israel is operating in Gaza against no armed adversary, but the same Hamas that carried out the October 7 attacks in Israel is the governing authority in Gaza. And the same Hamas has built a military strategy founded on embedding its assets and operatives in and amongst the civilian population. But in Gaza, these undesired outcomes are exacerbated because they are the desired outcomes of Hamas. In urban warfare, civilian casualties may be the unintended but lawful result of attacks on lawfully military objectives. International humanitarian law recognizes this reality and provides a framework for balancing military necessity with humanitarian considerations. These do not constitute genocidal acts. In the current conflict, many civilian deaths are directly caused by Hamas. Booby-trapped homes detonate and kill indiscriminately. Mines in alleyways collapse structures around them. And over 2,000 rockets, misfired by Hamas, have landed inside Gaza, causing untold levels of harm. One telling example is a blast at the Al-Hadi hospital on October 17. Hamas claimed that the Israel Defense Forces, the IDF, attacked the hospital. Headlines around the world rushed to repeat this claim. The IDF later proved, and U.S. intelligence and other national security intelligence.
And now your Dormegu Weather Center forecast. Cloudy with 40% chance of flurries.
Cloudy with a
today,
chance of meatballs.
Of wind chill. More clouds tonight with a low of -9. And then about 2 centimeters of snow coming tomorrow with a high of -7. It's -7 in Montreal right now. For all the news during the day, CJAD 800. Your next CTV news update is at 11:30.
On a need-to-know basis, he's got you covered. Elias Mackos, CJAD 800.
Well, longtime listeners to this show will know that I'm a big fan of the TFSA, the Tax-Free Savings Account. I've been on a mission for 5 years at CJAD, try and convince as many of you as possible to have a TFSA, because I think they're a really interesting tool for all Canadians. With more on what you can do with a tax-free savings account, especially as we kick off a new year in 2024. Richard Lapointe is with us, Senior Portfolio Manager at CIBC Wood Gundy. Richard, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, my friend.
So listen, let's talk about the TFSA here for a second. I'm a big fan. What about you? Are you a fan of the TFSA?
Sure.
Why?
Now, again, the tax-free savings account is probably one of the most, that is a savings account. So let's be clear, money can go in and money can come out. There's no tax deduction for putting money in. Don't pay any tax when you make money in there. When you take
Yeah, but
money out,
don't
there's no
use your
tax.
checking or your savings like checking.
The only constraint, any money that comes out can't go back in until the year after.
Uh-huh. So if you take money out in January, you have to wait until the next January before you can put it back. Limitation. I want to start off, let's talk about the name.
$350 fees.
Savings account, those last two words. I think they have a lot of people thinking it's an account, you put your money there and you make 0.025% interest on it. What is it really?
It's really an investment account. But the whole premise of this was a addition to the registered retirement savings fund.
Like, good luck.
Most of
If you can make a savings account, congrats.
People were hesitant to put money into an RSP because, yes, they got the deduction when they put it in, but when they took the money out, they had to pay tax. So people were leery. It was inflexible. So the government of Canada created a plan how much more flexible. Put in a certain amount, you can invest it in any way you see fit, not pay tax, and it can come out at your leisure with no constraint.
Okay, so this is where it sometimes sounds too good to be true, because let's say I buy a stock and I spend $100 on a stock. That stock goes 10 times in value, it's worth $1,000. The government takes nothing.
Nothing.
So it's a miracle product, Richard.
Well, it is, but there is a lifetime constraint. Now we're at about 95,000.
Yep.
So you could not have put more in there than that. So this really was centered, targeted towards middle income investors, right? So someone who's worth millions and millions of dollars is only allowed to put $9. It really doesn't benefit him. But the guy who's making $50,000 to $150,000 and has some savings outside of an RSP, it's debatable which one's better. You would put it in there and amass a nice.
And you said at 95,000, that number you mentioned, that's if you take into account, from the initial launch year of the TFSA. What year was that now? It goes back
2009.
2009. And every year there's an additional amount, right? So for 2024, what's the new amount?
$7 grand.
And that's an increase, correct?
That's what.
Okay.
Look, we were at 88 last year. We're up to 95. That means if you've never put any money in the TFSA, you are allowed to put 95,000 in this year.
Okay. So Richard, what do you suggest to people? They can put, let's say someone's never used it, they've got that room of 95, or they're just starting, maybe they got $5 grand. What should they be using the TFSA for? We've already determined, don't just put it into a savings account and make 0.025% interest. What should they be doing inside a TFSA?
Well, again, that's very dependent on the individual. Okay, so if you look at my own TFSA, it's filled with mutual funds and stocks. I'm a big believer that the only way to really amass wealth is to take some risk. If you put it in a GIC or a bond, you can make some money, but you can't make real money. And so I always invest with the premise of trying to grow it as much as possible. But I'm a risk taker. Someone who's not, GIC or a bond is for them.
But with the GIC or a bond, if you have a choice between the TFSA or just a regular unregistered account, and you had to make choices, the low risk stuff wouldn't necessarily be the first choice for the TFSA.
Well, you say that, but think about this. If I put that GIC, let's say a 1 year GIC now pays 5%. It doesn't pay 5, but let's assume it pays 5. So if you get 5% as a Canadian, interest is the most taxed thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing is taxed more than interest.
Ron!
Most Canadians, half of that away.
Hey, Ron!
2.5%, they don't cover
Is that my Ron?
If you 55 inside the tier, people you do pass the
And Richard, you brought up it's debatable the RSP or the TFSA. Which one's better? On that debate, how does someone who's listening determine what should their focus be?
So again, here's the issue. If one is really truly saving for a long period of time, and one can be disciplined in not touching that bit, that's a big issue. One has to touch it, that's where things get difficult. It's just saying, look, I'm gonna put money into an RSP, never touch it until I retire. Put it in my TFSA, never touch it until I retire. The RSP is better because you get that tax deduction. If you put in 10 grand, chances are you get
Oh, what's the
4 or 5
matter?
dollars. You're starting off with a 40 or 50% return.
Yeah, from avoiding those taxes in your current tax year.
That's correct. So now but the problem is, if you go back into that RSP, take that money out, you're giving back that 4 or 5 grand. No. So this is the issue.
And Richard, let me, I don't know if this complicates things or not. We're with Richard Lapointe, Senior Portfolio Manager at CIBC.
You said that already.
Let's bring in this new account that's now offered to Canadians, the First Home Savings Account, FHSA, for those of you keeping score at home. Who should be using this, Richard?
So these are people that are thinking of buying a house in the near term. So you're allowed to invest $8,000 a year with a limit of $40,000 into a type of RSP. Now this is a tax deductible contribution, right? You put it in there, and if you're using it to buy a house, no taxation on it when you take it out there. And now, here's the big issue.
Oh my God.
You have to use it to buy a house.
Okay.
It can't be used for anything else.
What happens? Life changes at times, right? What if you put money into this FHSA? Life changes, you're not buying a house. What happens to the money?
You can move it to the RSP. Okay. Yeah, if you have the room to do so, you can move it to the RSP, or you take it out, deregister, and pay the tax.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, again, this is a very limited product. This was used to help young people try and buy a house because the price of houses have gone up so much.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder if that even helps at the end of the day, when you think about the cost of homes.
Wow. Yeah. It's all about the down payment. Most people are buying homes today with huge mortgages.
Richard, we're going to have to leave it there. I want to thank you for coming on. Always love spreading the gospel of the TFSA, and I appreciate your time.
My great pleasure.
Richard Lapointe is Senior Portfolio Manager at CIBC Wood Gundy.
Coming up next, why Quebec entrepreneurs are looking for opportunities at the biggest tech show in the world. CTV's tech analyst Carmi Levy will join me. But first, let's check on your traffic from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. The EMSB is celebrating Quebec Francophone culture this month. Kindergarten registration starts February 5th. For more, go to emsb.qc.ca. Here again, here's Debbie Marcellus.
Well, David, a couple of issues right now in Vaudreuil. Of course, with the Illichwood stand down to one lane toward Montreal, it backs up from Chateau Vaudreuil on the eastbound Trans-Canada and on the Trans-Canada westbound at Charles Avenue, and so that is causing just a bit of a slowdown. Volume is fairly light through Vaudreuil on the westbound Trans-Canada, westbound Metropolitan, stop and go from Papineau into Décarie, and the eastbound side moves well, no problems in from the South Shore. Heading out to the South Shore at La Fontaine Tunnel, it backs up from Sherbrooke as you merge into one lane for ongoing road work. A free coffee is always welcome. Stop by a Voisin convenience store with gas and get a free coffee when you fill up. Some conditions apply. See details at Voisin. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 11:30.
Hey, Nissan.
Kareem.
So my friends have 2 kids who play hockey. They need a spacious SUV.
That's a lot of driving.
And a lot of arenas.
Oh, they need the Nissan Rogue. It has heated steering wheel and heated front seats.
Nice, because the seats in the stands are freezing.
No kidding. Lease the 2023 Nissan Rogue S with all-wheel drive starting at $399 a month for 24 months. Plus, get a $750 auto show bonus. Hurry, our 2023 models have to go. Until January 31st. Down payment of $3,649. Retail value of $36,097. On approved credit, conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
This cordless drill goes in the recycling bin, right? Well, worst case, they'll throw it away the sorting center.
Yeah, worst case. Worst case, they'll get crushed in the back of the truck. And worst case, the lithium from the battery will be exposed to the air, causing it to ignite and blow up. So worst case, it could start a fire in the sorting center, damage the equipment, and injure the employees. So yeah, worst case.
It couldn't hurt to check. What you put in the bin has an impact. Containers, packaging, printed paper. That's it. A message from Bin Impact, the new reference for curbside recycling.
The McDonald's breakfast burrito. It's your McDonald's breakfast wrapped in a cozy tortilla blanket. To be wrapped in a cozy tortilla blanket. Participating restaurants in Canada until 11 a.m.
It makes a difference when a business like Litracit's Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Litracit's apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim Bevel, and more. Litracit's Dispensing Opticians, taking care of your family's vision like their own. At DeCarry and Isabella for over 50 years. At Litracit's, you'll see.
Montrealers' favorite fine furniture store is Mobile Art Decor. For over 30 years, Mobile Art has been the best source of exceptional, top-quality luxury furniture, custom upholstery, and accessories for lighting and design that will inspire and motivate you. Imported from Europe and around the world for every room and every taste. For a truly unique experience, professional interior design advice, and great service, visit Mobile Art, 8260 Devonshire, west of DeCarry. MobileArt.ca.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I've told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. But Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs. And that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like this woman's review, quote, I've always been susceptible to sinus colds and a long-time sufferer of horrible allergies. On top of that, I'm pregnant and allergic to certain medications. After 11 days of being absolutely miserable, my husband ordered Navage for me. I can't recommend this product enough. It's the only thing that works for me. 100% worth the investment, unquote. She's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is at Canadian Tire, family-free,
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Navage.ca. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life.
When the time comes to choose a Honda, never compromise on quality. Buy or lease your new Honda from Spinelli Honda.
Get that Honda feeling at Spinelli Honda. Treat yourself to the 2023 CR-V Sport B. Available from $148 per week on a 60-month lease at 7.69% with $0 down payment. A totally redesigned SUV starting at $43,063. Come to Spinelli Honda. You could be driving a new Honda today.
Spinelli Honda, the address of choice for all automotive services.
When big news happens,
10,000 ER visits a day.
Montrealers know where to turn.
And it's going to get worse before it gets better.
Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
When renovating, you want peace of mind. Call Renofco, winner of Consumer's Choice Award and West Island Chamber of Commerce Excellence in Business category. Renofco.com, 514-856-9993.
On a need-to-know basis, he's got you covered. Elias Mackos, CJAD 800.
Thank you for joining us. David Hertel in for Elias. Well, the biggest tech show in the world opened last week in Las Vegas with nearly 5,000 companies on site. A difficult task awaits around 40 Quebec companies trying to stand out among investors as artificial intelligence takes over. Always excited to speak with CTV's tech analyst. Our very own Carmi Levy is on the line. Good to talk to you, Carmi.
Great to be back with you, David. Thanks for having me.
So before we get into the Quebec companies at the Consumer Electronics Show, maybe tell us, because I've never been, most of us, almost everybody listening has never been to the Consumer Electronics Show. Give us a sense of what it is and how crazy it can be and how big it is.
Something crazy is probably the best word to describe it. It is the world's largest consumer technology show. And so basically it happens every year in January in Las Vegas. And in past years, it's this year 130,000 people were there, upwards of 5,000 companies vying for attention. It's basically, if you want to know what's going to happen in the tech industry over the next year and a half, if you really want a sense of where tech is headed, CES is your mirror. It is where all of the trends become obvious. It's where companies are competing for attention to not only sell you what they're going to be selling in the years to come, but really to get your attention to prove that they're worthy of being in the market in the first place. And, you know, in recent years, a number of the world's largest other shows, competing shows, for example, Comdex and CeBIT, have all ceased to exist. They've all shuttered as we sort of shift our attention to the internet. The CES so is kind of the last one standing. And it's the one that sort of proves, you know what, there's still life in this. You still need to go to a giant convention center. You still need to get on the floor with other people in your industry. You still need to meet people in person. The internet can't replace that energy that you have from this show that for like literally a week, the entire world stops what it's doing, in fact, and just turns its head toward Vegas and says, hey, and Vegas answers, and then this happens year after year. It sort of, you know, died off a little bit during the pandemic. It was canceled in 2021, but it's coming back and it's showing every sign that it is going to be as big or even bigger than it was before the pandemic changed.
So all the big players are there, right? Like Apple, Microsoft, all these major, huge companies in the tech world are there, but also there are some upstarts, right?
Yeah, and that's the thing. This isn't really so much a story of the biggest names in tech. Interestingly, Apple wasn't there. Apple has decided to do its own thing, but but they still recognize that CES is on. And so as CES was getting started, Apple had its own little mini event, a release announcing that the Vision Pro headset would be coming out on February 2nd. So everyone, even if they're not physically there, they're still part of the hype. They're still part of the cycle. And you know, large companies and small companies. And I think the real interest of CES is in those small companies, in those startups that are, you know, jumping onto the floor and kind of having those conversations and getting excited about what's coming. And of course, I've long been, having grown up in Quebec, I've been one of the biggest boosters of Quebec's tech industry because we are a center of excellence. We are a center of innovation. And CES is one of those places where if we listen just carefully enough, we can hear all of these amazing stories coming from these small, innovative startups, and they're being told on the biggest stage in the world.
So about 40-ish companies from Quebec are over there at Vegas for the CES. So how do you get attention? How do you manage to get your products known and seen in the sea of other companies?
Well, if you're an individual startup, you can scream as loud as you want. You're not going to be heard over the hype. There's just so much noise coming out of Vegas during CES that no one company can do it on its own. But here's the interesting thing. Compared to other jurisdictions, other geographies that also, let's be fair, have their own number of startups that have been attending over the years, Quebec does a really good job of putting all of those smaller voices together so that they can be a larger voice. So, for example, Investissement Québec put together that comprehensive list of the 40 startups that were going together, and they were speaking before the show, sharing best practices, making sure that their messaging was aligned with each other. That 1 + 1 wouldn't just be 2; it would be 3, and that they would be heard not just as individual companies, but as representatives of an ecosystem of Silicon Valley, Quebec. Which is larger than the sum of its parts. And so I think Quebec companies did a really good job of making sure that they were seen in a venue that can very easily swallow up a startup if it isn't careful.
So which Quebec companies stand out, or who have you seen that you're excited about?
Well, it's interesting. I went to the movies a couple of weeks ago, and I sat in one of those fancy chairs, that vibrates and moves as you're watching the movie. And of course, as the movie ended and the lights came back up, instead of just leaving the theater, I needed to learn more about this chair. And so, of course, I poked my head underneath, and I found out that it comes from a company called Devon, which is Quebec based. And this is technology that essentially turns the movie into a physical experience using incredibly advanced technology to sync with the movie. Well, they were there, and this is world-leading technology that nobody knows that comes from Quebec, and they were telling their story from the show floor, which I thought was really amazing. It's one of those, wow, I had no idea it's coming right from my backyard.
That's fascinating. And any other big stories coming out of Vegas?
Yeah, I think, certainly from beyond, we know that Quebec startups are very involved in, for example, electric vehicle production, battery design, and things like that. And so, we know that this was the year of artificial intelligence. About half of the companies that were on that Quebec list had something to do with artificial intelligence. And we do know that a lot of the technologies that are being developed by these Quebec startups, for example, there's one that produces a better recharging experience, better recharging technology, which is the Achilles heel of electric vehicles. The solution to that could be coming right here in Quebec.
That's great. So who buys? I mean, I get you're going there to promote your products and your technologies, but who are the takers at the CES?
I think that's the big misconception about CES. A lot of people dismiss it. They're like, I'm hearing all these announcements from CES, but it's not like I can go to a big box store and buy them. So it's called a consumer electronics show, but it isn't really about what's coming to a shelf near you today or tomorrow. It's really about longer term trends. So consumers aren't going to be buying, for example, Hyundai had on display a flying taxi. That they're planning on test flying next year. You and I aren't going to be able to buy that, not next year, not anytime soon at all, actually. It's going to be a shared vehicle. However, that technology is going to sort of dribble down into other things that we use. Eventually, we are going to be using them, and it'll appear in other products. So we may not be able to buy what's there. Really, what they're doing is they're lighting the fire of companies as they make their long-term predictions, their roadmaps. What businesses should I be in? Who should I be partnering with? Who should I be investing in? And consumers, long-term, when am I going to be getting that flying car? When am I going to be getting that robot? It isn't going to be today or tomorrow, but we're looking way beyond the horizon, and that's really what CES is all about, the long view, not the short view.
The Jetsons are coming.
I hope so. I've been waiting for that flying car my whole life.
Me too. I've been waiting. Where is it? Where is my flying car? Carmi, it's funny that with all of this technology talk, as you said earlier in our conversation, we still have to come together in one big room as human beings and talk about technology.
Oh, I think that's what I love most about CES is that, the internet has not obsoleted in person. And even in this, post-pandemic world, we're seeing these shows rebuild themselves, reshape themselves. It's not the shows that have gone away, they're just changing. And I think we still want to be human. We still want to be connected. We still want to be able to stand right in front of someone and get excited about this really cool thing that could change the way that we live, like the flying car, like the electric vehicle, like artificial intelligence. And I think a lot of people still think it's cool, and there's only so much that you can get out of firing up a Zoom call and having that conversation. Sometimes you just need to get on a plane and hang out with people for a week and just, nerd out for a little bit and see where the ships land.
Great talking to you as always. Thank you very much, Carmi.
Love it, David. Thanks so much.
Carmi Levy, CTV's tech analyst. Let's get you to your CTV news update. Jason Mayoff. Bye.
Oh my God.
Brought to you by Supermarché Acavanian, NDG, and Pierrefonds. This week, ground black pepper is only $4.99 a pound. Check out the flyer for exclusive deals.
Good morning, it's 11:30. I'm Jason Mayoff for the CTV News Update. Here's what's making news right now. Most of the public sector unions have reached deals with the Quebec government, but the Think Nurses Union still hasn't. The head of the union says the major issues still remaining include forced overtime and patient-to-nurse ratios. Quebec is reportedly preventing the Auto Insurance Board from providing driver's licenses with an X gender marker for non-binary Quebecers instead of M or F. Radio-Canada says the SAAQ is ready and able to do it, a law allowing it took effect 2 years ago. There was a surprise jump in home sales in December. The Canadian Real Estate Association says home sales rose 3.7% in December of 2022 in what was the biggest year-over-year gain since August. The actual national average price of a home sold in December rose 5.1% to more than $657,000.
Uh-oh.
With the latest from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center, here's Debbie Marcellos.
I'm going to lose it.
We have an accident on the westbound Trans-Canada in Vaudreuil at the St. Charles Avenue overpass. Traffic is just slowing in the area as the incident is on the left-hand side. Eastbound side slowing at Chateau Vaudreuil to merge onto that one lane toward Montreal at the Illitour. Reminder, we now have 2 lanes toward Vaudreuil at all times on the Illitour Bridge. Highway 20 moving well. Northbound.
What's up, Jack?
Strategies to create more housing. BC effect. Now one of the province's strategies to create more housing. BC's new laws on short-term rentals are less than 4 months away from taking effect. And that's triggered a wave of owners trying to offload their investments, largely without success. CTV's Rob Buffum explains.
The owners of this micro loft in downtown Victoria are a couple who bought it as a retirement investment to rent out short term and to stay in when visiting grandkids in Victoria. They say the new laws coming into force in May have thrown them for a financial, emotional loop.
I feel the rug was pulled from under my feet. I was given short notice.
Roughly 90% of the units here are rented out short term. It's one of 23 buildings in Victoria where zoning exemptions allow short term rentals. Those who bought here paid more for it.
The premium that people paid for this Airbnb zoning, the short term rental zoning, it's disappeared. And that was about, I would say about 15 to 20% of the property value.
As of May 1st, those exemptions will be gone. The new rules will also essentially restrict short-term rentals in urban centers to owners' primary residences. The pending changes have triggered a wave of owners wanting to offload their investments. But the units are too small for most looking for long-term living, says this realtor.
Probably close to 10 listings there, and nothing has sold since June.
Nancy Payne, rental management business. She had 60 clients. Most own just one property. She now has 2 clients and is closing her business come May.
Consider these as small businesses where people paid their license fee, they paid their taxes, they did their research to buy.
But housing advocates say the state of the housing crisis justifies lost investments.
In this case, the government has prioritized those core needs, arguably the rights that people should have to obtain safe and secure housing. And at the loss of investors, and in our opinion, that's a move that has to be made.
The province issued a statement today noting, we're already seeing reports of former short-term rentals coming back to the long-term housing market, including both listings of former short-term rentals as furnished long-term rental homes and short-term rental units that have been listed for sale since the province passed the legislation. So far, at least, most of those new listings aren't getting snapped up. Robert Buffum, CTV News, Victoria.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue to bring you response to the 2 days of The International Court of Justice, the historic hearing. Yesterday, South Africa presented its case against Israel, saying what it's engaged in Gaza is genocide. Today, Israel defended itself and said they are simply engaging in self-defense. We're going to turn right now to Ronald Lamola, who is the Minister of Justice and Correctional Services of South Africa. He's part of the South African legal delegation. He responded to what Israel said.
The state of Israel today has failed to disprove South Africa's compelling case that was presented before the court yesterday. We stand by the facts, the law, and all the evidence was submitted yesterday. And we believe and stand very confident that those facts, the law, still are in violation of the Genocide Convention. Under the Genocide Convention, nothing justifies genocidal acts currently being committed by Israel. Self-defense is no answer to genocide. Nothing can ever justify genocide. There is no balancing exercise as Israel has sought to suggest. The prohibition is absolute. It is preliminary rule of law. No matter what some individual within the group of Palestine in Gaza may have done, and no matter how great the threat to Israel's citizens might be, genocidal attacks on the whole of Gaza and the whole of its population with the intent of destroying them cannot be justified at all.
That was Ronald Lamola, Minister of Justice of South Africa, speaking outside The Hague. We end today's show with an Israeli lawmaker who is backing South Africa's genocide case against Israel, even as he faces expulsion from the Israeli Knesset. The Israeli newspaper Haaretz is reporting 70 lawmakers in the Knesset have signed a motion to expel Ofer Kassi from the legislative body after he signed a petition supporting the case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. Olaf Kassi is a Jewish lawmaker for the Arab-Jewish Hadash Ta'al coalition. He denounced the move to expel him, pointing out no action has been taken against lawmakers who've called for the complete destruction of Gaza or back the removal of all Palestinians from Gaza. He's also been critical of the potential criminal negligence of the Israeli government. On October 7th, he says. Ofer Kassi, welcome back to Democracy Now! Thank you for joining us from Jerusalem. Can you talk about what's happening to you in the Israeli Knesset where you serve?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for having me. And it's very important for me, first of all, to emphasize that I am not against Israel or anti-Israeli. I'm against the government of Israel, because the government of Israel is at the moment the most dangerous and to the Israeli society and to the Israelis. So my signature in support of the South African appeal to the ICJ is not against Israel, it's for Israel and against the Israeli government and its policies. I've been saying that, first of all, already 85 members of the Knesset signed on this. Allow me just very, very briefly to explain the process of expulsion, of impeachment of members of the Knesset. It is based on a law that was enacted on 2016, which is an undemocratic law because, of course, it allows tyranny of the majority. It allows the majority to persecute and suppress not only the freedom of speech, but the very existence of a member of the Knesset as such that belongs to the minority. And once, ideas are not exactly accepted or popular. Now, the process of impeachment goes as follows. There's a need of a minimum of 70 members of Knesset out of 120 to sign a motion that requests to expel a member of the Knesset. Then if there is that number, if that number is achieved, it goes to the Knesset committee, in which 75% of the members are needed to vote for the impeachment in order to go through to the assembly. And once it goes to the assembly, if 90 out of 120 vote for it, then the member of the Knesset after 14 days is expelled, with the option, of course, to appeal to the Supreme Court. And that we are now on between the first and the second stage. 85 signatures were already collected, and not in the coming week, the week after, next Monday, 22nd of January, I'm about to face the Knesset committee towards my impeachment.
So talk about their arguments. What some have said, your support for the South Africa case indirectly aligns with goals of Hamas and the attack on October 7th. There were allegations by the Israeli members in The Hague today that South Africa is serving as the political wing of Hamas. Your response to all of this and what it means to you to talk as a Jewish member, an Israeli member of Knesset, being critical of the Israeli government and what they're doing right now in Gaza, calling it a genocide.
First of all, I'm very proud of my views and beliefs and of my friends and comrades' views and beliefs and our activities, because we are the only ones who totally reject any kind of violence, accusing us in supporting, implicitly or otherwise, the terrible carnage committed by Hamas on 7th of October is not only a sheer lie that they are aware of, but it is also incitement, because they know perfectly well, I personally and my colleagues, we published time and time again in the last 100 days since the massacre committed by Hamas took place. We published everywhere. I think that I said that to you also in one of our former interviews, that we are totally against, we totally condemn the terrible crime against humanity and war crime, this massacre and the atrocities committed by Hamas. We are totally against it, accusing me in supporting it. One way or another, this is a sheer lie, incitement that has nothing to do with reality. But they want to silence us. They want me and my friends to shut up. They don't want us to raise our voice against any kind of violence, because as I said a million times, as someone who continuously for years objected and opposed the Israeli occupation and siege against the Palestinian people, I said explicitly that even the crimes of the siege and the occupation cannot and will never justify the massacre committed by Hamas. We added that the criminal massacre by Hamas cannot justify the massacre and assault of Israel on Gaza, in which around 30,000 people are already dead, were killed. The vast majority, more than 70%, are innocent civilians, around 10,000 children. So raising voice against those things, supporting investigation of those things. And please bear in mind that in the petition that I signed on, let alone by me, that Israel is guilty in genocide. It does say that it deserves an investigation, impartial investigation. And the government of Israel, or one or another branches of the government of Israel, cannot pursue an impartial investigation. It's as if we were asking a thief to investigate oneself if he did steal something or not. That doesn't make any sense. That's one of the main things in supporting the appeal by South Africa, to investigate. On top of that, we've been against the war from the beginning because we are against bloodshed. We know that the bloodshed and the terrible assault on Gaza, apart from being in itself criminal and deadly by definition, it won't bring security to no one, especially not to the Israelis. We want the bloodshed to stop. We want the war to end for the sake of lives of Palestinians and Israelis alike. Thousands and thousands of Palestinians, just one sentence, please. It's not only so many Palestinians, thousands of Palestinians who are killed. Israeli soldiers are killed. The hostages are at risk because the government doesn't do anything.
We have to leave it there because our show is ending. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really an honor to be here and to welcome you all to the Belmarsh Tribunal, convened by the Progressive International and the Wow Holland Foundation, and brought to you live on democracynow.org's website, brought to you live at the Intercept's website and at Democracy Now's YouTube channel and beyond. Since its first sitting, the Belmarsh Tribunal has convened the world's leading journalists, lawyers, and parliamentarians, from Professor Noam Chomsky, who just celebrated his 95th birthday, to President Luis Lula da Silva, to provide testimony to the global threat to press freedom. Today, the Belmarsh Tribunal returns here to the National Press Club for its most urgent session as the extradition case against WikiLeaks publisher Julian Assange is entering its final stage. In 2010, WikiLeaks came to this very hall in the National Press Club to premiere a video it called Collateral Murder, providing leaked evidence of U.S. war crimes that would forever change the trajectory of the war on terror and the U.S. government's repression of its critics. I remember that news conference that Julian Assange held so well. We interviewed him the next day on Democracy Now! As they revealed this video footage that they had gotten. It was video footage of a July 2007 attack by a U.S. Apache helicopter unit in an area of Baghdad called New Baghdad. There were more than a dozen men below. The Apache helicopter, you can hear them laughing and cursing inside because it's the video, not of peace activists on the ground, but from inside the Apache helicopter. They request permission to open fire on this group of men. They get it. Kill almost all of them. 2 of them worked for Reuters. The up-and-coming videographer Namir Noor Eldin was 22 years old, and the driver for so many Reuters reporters in Iraq, Saeed Shama, was 40. He had 4 children. He didn't die in the first attack, in the first blast, but as he crawled away, the Apache helicopter opened fire again.
What's the matter with her? What are you doing? What? Go upstairs, go. Go upstairs, go. Run. All right. There. It's food. Oh, man. Good boy, mister. Oh, wow.
Free crystals sent to you every month? Yes, I said it. Free every month. If you get approved for our VIP Crystal Club, we will send you beautiful crystals just like these, yes, every single month. So what's the catch, you might ask? Well, here's the deal. We want your feedback on the crystals. We want to know which ones you like the most, which ones you feel the most connected to. That way we can add our highest quality crystals to our website that are loved and recommended by our VIP Crystal Club.
Okay, I have to show you some of these crystals.
No.
Some people say my videos are too depressing. All I do is complain about society and talk about capitalism. That's why in today's video, we're going to complain about society and talk about capitalism. The other day I posted on my community tab asking ADHD folks what they go through, what they struggle with, and a lot of people came through. A lot of what the issues boiled down to was an inability to keep up with things. One person said they wanted to talk more with loved ones.
But I constantly forget to just send them a text or call them, despite them occupying my thoughts every day.
YouTuber L Literacy, hi L,
Hi, Elliot.
wrote of the overwhelm balancing different goals and tasks.
My head feels like an ever-growing to-do list, and so many of the tasks have snowballed into huge things that are wrapped up in guilt and shame at my inability to complete said task.
But a common thread of these issues was that of dealing with time. One person wrote,
Time blindness / time agnosia is so real, and I feel like people who don't experience it don't understand how real it is. My perception of time can change so much depending on what I'm doing and how focused I am. I struggle a lot with being late, and while it's partially because I'm not being able to motivate myself to start getting ready soon enough, it's also because when I'm getting ready, I feel like time is passing much slower than it actually is. And when I try to think about what I did that took so long, it doesn't make any sense to me. But it's probably also because of memory problems due to ADHD.
I find this idea of time trouble really disturbing, not because I don't think these are real or valid struggles which affect neurodivergent people disproportionately, but because the framework with which they discuss suggests that time is an objective thing. And objectively, it's not. Our modern understanding of time is fairly new and is rooted in organizing labor to most efficiently produce profit for capitalists. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it to you in this essay. We'll talk about ADHD and how it's constructed as this thing where people are inherently unable to deal with some objective reality of time, and how that construct itself is something that's inherent to people who make money off of people with ADHD. And not only that, but people who make money off of labor overall. And the people who suffer from this stuff the most are always marginalized, including the neurodivergent. The history of time is one of several different philosophies across different cultures which adhered to different needs to organize sequences of actions and events. The first clock was the sky. Kevin K. Burth's 2012 book, Objects of Time, How Things Shape Temporality, observes how much time is culturally constructed, even as it presents itself as a scientific articulation of nature. In its first chapter, he writes, The artifactual determination of time does not represent a coherent, consistent cultural system, however, but represents instead the sedimentation of generations. This is complicated language. Basically, he's saying that time is not that coherent and consistent as something, but in fact is a bunch of different things collected together from all these different cultural and scientific ideas and proliferated and pushed as this singular thing. He says the current ideas of millennia, centuries, decades, years, months, weeks, days, hours, minutes, seconds, and so on are examples of such sedimented ideas. They are ideas useful in measuring durations of what happens in our world, but their relationship to our world is hardly straightforward. There are no millennial cycles in nature. The Gregorian calendar that dominates annual time reckoning has known inaccuracies, and the atomic clocks used to measure durations of a day or less are accurate to 1 second every 60 million years. In effect, with little reflection, one can be aware of how our time standards are a hodgepodge of different logics, some derived from our current attractions to increments of 10, decades, centuries, millennia, some derived from extreme desires for accuracy, atomic clocks, some derived from church politics mixing with astronomy, the Gregorian calendar, and some that are anachronistic survivals of long past societies, the choice of dividing days into 24 segments from the ancient Egyptians and hours and minutes into 60 segments from ancient Babylonians. You see, that's a lot of different things that don't necessarily cohere the way that we're taught they do. The choices made to organize time in the way that we know now were key to the Industrial Revolution and the need to grid out the amount of time workers would be spent laboring. Joe Zade's article, The Tyranny of Time, synthesizes work like Births and others in an examination of modern timekeeping, noting that the clock is a useful social tool, but it is also deeply political. He writes, capitalism did not create clock time or vice versa, but the scientific and religious division of time into identical units established a useful infrastructure for capitalism to coordinate the exploitation and conversion of bodies, labor, and goods into value. Clock time, the British sociologist Barbara Adam has argued, connected time, compressed and controlled, she wrote in her book, Time. These economic practices could then be globalized and imposed as the norm the world over. And so they were. What a lot of people miss about imperialism is that it's not just about killing people and taking their land and their resources. I mean, a lot of it is that. But it's also about fundamentally changing the way they think. It relies a lot on removing the culture of the imperialized and replacing it with a new culture that benefits the imperialists, one that includes erasing and changing history so that the things that they know about their own selves are completely distorted.
There was immediate declaration of war on our culture. We were forbidden to speak our language and practice our religion. It's like our war was prolonged, and assimilation policies were how they implemented it.
Giordano Nani's book, The Colonization of Time, posits that the project to incorporate the globe within a matrix of hours, minutes, and seconds demands recognition as one of the most significant manifestations of Europe's universalizing will. Indigenous ways of life had to be eradicated in order for capitalists to more easily control the labor of the people, which was maybe the most important resource to European imperial powers during the dawn of capitalism, since the most important thing with capitalism is getting people to submit all their time to you. In assuming the authority to determine when other societies could work, rest, and play, the emissaries of the clock worked daily and hourly in their quests to bring about a sense of worldwide order by exploiting their ways of structuring the flow of time to distant lands and by preaching to their inhabitants new ways of thinking about what time itself is. But you might be thinking, I mean, come on, changing the way time works, that seems ambitious. And I think the best way to illustrate that is looking at how workers worked before capitalism and before clock time determined how to organize the time of laborers. That shows us that not only was their work before it was done in a very different way, but that the way that laborers worked was often a lot more beneficial to their humanity and things that we could try to implement now if we get the chance.
The wizard is never late. Nor is he early. He arrives precisely
When you get your next big idea, say sparkly ketchup. Grammarly's tone suggestions can help pitch it with confidence to get your team on board.
Did you see her email?
Already complimented.
Oh no, a project hiccup.
We need a squeaky bottle.
Good idea. With a more diplomatic approach, the request will get a better response. Problem solved.
One of the most important videos put out this year, Work by the Story of Civilis, chronicles how the invention and proliferation of clock time worked hand in hand with the rise of the ownership of labor. So to illustrate this, HC digs into anthropological accounts of a more natural work tempo based on observations of work patterns across civilizations for thousands and thousands of years.
Should we do dishes?
For reasons that became very interested in the evolution of work. And so to answer some of their questions, they looked back to Stone Age societies. What they discovered surprised them. They found that while there were unique cultural variations all over the world, virtually all Stone Age people liked to work 4 to 6 hours per day. They also found that most Stone Age people liked to work in bursts, with one fast day followed by one slow day, usually something like 8 hours of work, then 2 hours of work. 8, then 2. Fast, slow. Fast, slow.
He finds that this also involves most societies measuring activities in 30-minute chunks.
What you doing?
And he goes on to describe how these types of time relations appeared all throughout, included midday naps, a thing I'm a big fan of. Time periods where workers were in the field for 8 hours a day and working more intensely were characterized by the urgency of the context. Harvest season, for example. You know that feeling you get that you often get shamed for? That thing where you can't focus on something because you don't find it urgent, you don't find it interesting or important. That's kind of been the way people have worked throughout most of human history. Only the past couple centuries, in which capitalism has become the dominant socioeconomic system and has produced culture to accommodate its functions, have we seen there be this big effort to not only make workers more constantly productive, but to venerate an idea of self-improvement, prizing your efficiency and your productivity instead of your creativity or resourcefulness in your community. That word is so hard to say. Savage and inefficient simply had a better understanding of what was worth the time and effort and what wasn't. In our last video, Our Students Are Worse, we looked at how religious leaders, wealthy engineers, and school headmasters all worked to instill this rigor and efficient time usage as necessary, especially for the supposedly unruly youth. Pierre Bourdieu, that guy who wrote a bunch of stuff, once described Kabyle peasants in Algeria as proudly dismissive of desires for constant productivity and efficiency. This is a quote from E.P. Thompson's Time, Discipline, and Industrial Capitalism. Pierre Bourdieu explored more closely the attitudes towards time of the Kabyle peasant in Algeria in recent years. An attitude of submission and of nonchalant indifference to the passage of time, which no one dreams of mastering, using up, or saving. Haste is seen as a lack of decorum combined with diabolical ambition. The clock is sometimes known as the devil's mill. There are no precise meal times. The notion of an exact appointment is unknown. They agree only to meet at the next market. A popular song runs, "It is useless to pursue the world. No one will ever overtake it." That's kind of like, it's just true. And I think we often operate with this sense that we have to get in control of things, including the society around us and the people around us. But even just having full control of our own circumstances, all of these things are not possible. We can contribute, but we can't dominate really anything without things falling apart. Empire is to dominate. And as we've seen throughout history, empires fall apart at a certain point. This domination of nature, instead of a healthy desire to work harmoniously with it, characterizes the European imperial projects of the past millennia.
Is there anything going
writes that
on?
the belief that progress and civilization are correlated with the human capacity to transcend the limitations of nature is a mainstay of Western mythology and culture.
Oh, God.
Have you ever tried to teach someone a skill that is easy for you, but difficult for them? My name is Ali Faroukian, and I'm heading up the Amplify.
Oh, great. You're into bike. You're a bike person. My favorite people on the
planet. Really
planet.
cutting interest rates even before inflation is back to target. This according to a new report coming from TD Bank. The report argues that if the Bank of Canada leaves long, it risks sacrificing economic growth as it attempts to get inflation back down to target, meaning choosing a recession in favor of getting the CPI back down to 2%. Yet, says TD, this will be a difficult balancing act and a communication challenge, convincing Canadians that the bank isn't giving up on the inflation fight while lowering rates before it's won.
You are speaking to me.
Indeed, in this report from TD Bank comes amid last week, showing that it's not a straight shot back down to 2% inflation. So what I want to do today is go over the report from TD Bank, discuss some of the communication problems that the bank will have if it lowers rates before inflation is back to target, and then go over some of the glaring omissions contained in the TD report. We do have a big week this week with Canada's inflation. Working on getting some more information on the overnight repo operation that we discussed last week. We'll obviously have updates out on both on this channel. Click like and subscribe if you want to get those updates. But for now, let's get into TD's report. On the report, as mentioned, TD Bank says that the central bank is expected to cut rates this spring, despite inflation running above target and shelter inflation still running hot. Were the Bank of Canada opt to not lower interest rates in the spring, it would risk running the economy aground.
We wouldn't want that to happen.
Indeed, even the report admits that shelter costs will have a significant impact on the upward pressure could be put on shelter costs as rate cuts put upward pressure on home prices.
Okay, one way or the other.
Yeah, TD says that there are three main reasons why the Bank of Canada can still cut, regardless of what's going on with the inflation rate and regardless of what the impact will be on shelter prices, meaning home prices. First, TD says that the real policy rate is already in restrictive territory. And indeed, that is the case, with a policy rate of 5% and an inflation rate of 3.1% and core inflation of 3.5%. The policy rate is in fact restrictive. Contrast that with December of 2021, when the inflation rate was running at 4.7% and the policy rate was 0.25%. The real interest rate was negative, meaning it made sense to borrow, as in real terms, you were actually getting paid to borrow money.
It's a mystery to me. I could guess at the science.
Second, TD says that interest rate setting can contribute to financial risk, in much the same manner as the bank left interest rates too low for too long during the pandemic, which ultimately led to inflation. If the bank leaves interest rates too high for too long, says TD, that carries with it financial risks on the other side of the spectrum. And this also is indeed the case. Obviously, we're seeing the result of these higher for longer interest rates, with mortgage defaults on the upsurge, house prices decreasing, and the banks have.
That's got nothing to do with this.
And finally, says TD Bank, although the Bank of Canada's preferred measures of inflation won't be at 2% when that first rate cut occurs, other measures of inflation are narrowing. So, says TD, even if inflation is running above target when that first rate cut occurs, the overall breadth of inflationary measures will be narrowing, meaning we see a lot of disinflation in the other measures in the CPI basket. So, according to TD, the Bank of Canada is well positioned to cut rates even with inflation above target, as rates are already in restricted territory. Failure to do so could put Canada in a recession with the accompanying financial risk, and inflation is broadly coming down. Yet, says TD, even if the Bank of Canada were to cut rates, doing so while maintaining effective communication is going to be one of the toughest jobs in the financial industry this year. And the reason, of course, is inflation expectations. If the bank cuts rates when we're still above target and house prices take back off again, it's going to be difficult to convince Canadians that we're not going back to elevated inflation. TD references one study out of the United States, which found that for every 1% increases in house prices, households expect a 0.24% increase in the overall inflation rate. So if Canadians see house prices go up by 10%, they're going to figure that inflation is going up by 2.4%. This despite all of the work the bank has already done trying to lower expectations. And we've talked before at great length on this channel about how inflation expectations can be a self-reinforcing loop. People expect inflation to be high, so they spend now, putting upward pressure on prices, and then inflation goes up. As such, TD says that the bank is going to have the difficult job of explaining to Canadians that even if they cut rates and shelter prices go up, that inflation is not going to reignite. So, in summary, TD says that if the Bank of Canada wants to avoid a recession, they're going to have to cut rates. And the bank is going to be tasked with a difficult job of convincing Canadians that these rate cuts, even with the accompanying shelter price increases, that doesn't mean that all other prices are going to go up as well. Yet, looking at this report, TD missed a big step in between lowering rates and convincing Canadians that those lower rates won't lead to higher inflation. Mainly, Will higher shelter costs lead to higher inflation? You can't just skip over the validity of the premise and go straight to the convincing the population part. Sure you can. It's not just a matter of inflation expectations, which can and will put upward pressure on the inflation rate. If rent prices, which went up dramatically during the pandemic, go up as a result of rate cuts, then aren't people going to demand higher wages? Demand higher wages when wage demands are already accelerating at an annual rate of 5.7%, the highest since January of 2021. And isn't that especially the case if we don't get the recession that TD says the Bank of Canada is going to avoid by lowering rates? Further, as has been well documented by the Bank of Canada, if house prices go back up, then aren't people going to spend more vis-a-vis the wealth effect? The argument, documented by the bank, says that when house prices go up, people feel wealthier, and hence they spend more. They spend more into an economy that is just recovering from 8% inflation. If TD wants more information on this wealth effect, they can consult a report from TD, which found that for every dollar that a house prices increase, consumption gets lifted by 5%. Further, if shelter costs go up, if house prices increase, homeowners will have access to more credit, vis-a-vis the collateral effect. When Canada's average house price hit $816K in February of 2022, homeowners could access up to 80% of that home's value, or $653,000. Fast forward 2 years, and that average house price is now sitting at $646,000, of which homeowners can access 80%, or $517K, about $130,000 less in borrowing power than we had 2 years ago. So, if the Bank of Canada cuts rates in the spring and house prices shoot back up, which even TD says that they could, wage demands, the wealth effect, and the collateral effect could very well put more upward.
You mentioned a bit of it, but lots going on. So kind of extending south of the border. We were watching a bunch of football yesterday, and I know someone's a whole bunch of stuff going on there. What are you watching for?
Well, not only that Arctic air that's gripping, the Midwest all the way down to Texas. And by the way, it's affecting travel. This is something you have to think about, even if you're in an area where it doesn't seem to be that cold. They've been having problems de-icing planes in the U.S. Midwest and Western Canada because the de-icing agent just isn't effective when it's so cold. So power outages, travel delays. But then you get into the Great Lakes and the story becomes compounded. It's kind of a double whammy, actually, with all of this snow that's falling around the traditional snow belts of Ontario, but right over the border from Niagara in Buffalo as well. They're in the bullseye once again, as they seem to be at least once a year, where those streamers come off Lake Erie, dumping almost a meter of snow expected in and around the Buffalo area and points south. Last we heard, that Buffalo Bills playoff game, because it was so bad, it's going to be on today because they actually brought people in overnight, paid them $20 an hour, asked people to show up with shovels, and help dig out high market medium.
Wow.
Not the playing surface, of course, but the staircases, the seats, the tunnels, all of the concepts, the areas that. Just imagine what kind of a mammoth task that was. I don't think they actually got it done to the level they want to, because they just said a couple of moments ago, show up with waterproof boots and pants if you're coming to watch the game tonight.
That's commitment.
That is commitment. That's the Buffalo spirit, right? And also, the parking lot is still so full of snow, they're going to be shuttling people in. So just an incredible amount of snow around the Great Lakes.
Lots to watch for.
Yeah, some Ontario countries more than 60 centimeters.
Oh boy. Thanks, Tony. Appreciate it. CTV National News correspondent Tony Grace. We're back in a moment with Immigration Minister Mark Miller. Stay right there.
Now, an update from the CJ 8800 Traffic Center.
With some off and on volume now for southbound to Cary. Starts at the top, rolls up to St. Catherine. Also some delays on the west. The Ross through to the Cary interchange. Volume as well, eastbound side of the T-Can between Chateau-Vaudreuil and the Latour Bridge. Southbound 25, about a half an hour from before Sherbrooke now into the tunnel. A free coffee is always welcome. Stop by a Voisin convenience store with gas and get a free coffee when you fill up. Some conditions apply. See details at Voisin. Let us know what you see on the roads. Call in your tips to Star 800. Your next report at 12:30.
Now,
Are you exploring retirement living options for yourself or a loved one? Drop into your local Chartwell Retirement Residence for their open house event on January 19th and 20th between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Visit chartwell.com to learn more. Head off to Europe and save $400 per couple on tour packages to Athens, Lisbon, Rome, and more until February 18th. To book, contact your travel agent or visit AirCanadaVacations.com.
Do you know what you're paying? Do you know what you're paying for your mutual fund? Hello, I'm Richard Lapointe, investment advisor with CIBC Wood Gundy. Many Canadians are not aware that their mutual funds charge a yearly fee for the management of assets. This fee is hidden and charged whether you make money or not. I prefer to buy my clients high dividend paying stocks. If you're interested in getting paid instead of paying, call me. I'm Richard Lapointe and I can always be reached at 847-6324.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IROC. Is your teen always on their phone? Social media keeping you awake until late at night? Contact Gambling Help and Referral for support and information. It is confidential, free, and available 24/7. Call or chat via gamblinghelp.quebec.
My son is all give. He gives me his time. He gives me lifts to appointments. He gives me a hand with personal care. And he gives me support when I'm feeling down. My son is an informal caregiver, and I give thanks for him every single day.
Informal and family caregivers. Learn more about the resources available to you. Visit quebec.ca/informal caregiver. A message from the Gouvernement du Québec.
Feeling lost in the struggle with mental health or addiction? You're not alone. At Dunham House, we're here to guide you on the path to recovery. Find comfort now at Dunham House in the Experience transformative counseling and group sessions in Montreal starting in January at our new office in the Queen Elizabeth Health Complex. Take the first step towards healing today. Connect with Dunham House at 450-263-3434 or visit dunhamhouse.ca. Start on your path to healing now.
When the time comes to choose a new Toyota, never compromise on quality. Buy or lease your new Toyota at Spinelli Toyota.
It's time to Toyota at Spinelli Toyota. Take advantage of a $2,000 cash rebate on 2023 BZ4X demonstration vehicles starting from $133 per week on a 60-month lease at 7.19% with $0 down. A 100% electric SUV from $42,500, including government rebates.
Spinelli Toyota, the address of choice for all automotive services in Lachine and Pointe Claire.
This cordless drill goes into the recycling bin, right? Well, worst case, they'll throw it away the sorting center. Yeah, worst case. Worst case, they'll get crushed in the back of the truck. And worst case, the lithium from the battery will be exposed to the air, causing it to ignite and blow up. So worst case, it could start a fire in the sorting center, damage the equipment, and injure the employees. So yeah, worst case. It couldn't hurt to check.
What you put in the bin has an impact. Containers, packaging, printed paper. That's it. A message from Bin Impact, the new reference for curbside recycling.
With the CTV News app, our news is always at your fingertips, giving you breaking news fast and stories that matter to your community.
Download the CTV News app to get local updates and push notifications, or visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Get the family off the screens this holiday. Play a board game. Ted's Hobby Shop has a wide selection of classics, tabletop games, models, jigsaw puzzles, diamond painting, and more. For your hobbies and games, Ted's Hobby Shop in Pleasant Point Clare has what you need.
The holiday season is officially behind us. The eggnog is gone and the decorations will soon be packed away. But maybe not Carol's next door. She reaches up all year long. I've never understood why. With Sunwing Vacations, say goodbye to January blues and hello to savings. Picture this. Palm trees swaying, crystal clear waters, and not a fruitcake in sight. So long, awkward family moments. Paradise is calling. Book with your local travel agent or...
Welcome back to the Becky Capello Show on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
20 minutes past the top of the hour. Documents recently obtained through access to information by the Canadian press show the federal government was warned 2 years ago its immigration levels would affect access to housing and housing affordability. I spoke with Immigration Minister Mark Miller about that and started off by delineating between permanent residents and temporary ones. In the third quarter of last year, there were more than 300,000 temporary residents who came to Canada, students and foreign workers. I asked the minister if he passed either of those categories while there's a housing crisis.
Well, it's something we're going to look at in the first half of this year. Actually, that volume is disconcerting. It's really a system that has gotten out of control, and it's a conversation that we need to have with the provinces to make sure that the provinces that have not been doing their jobs actually rein in those numbers on a pure volume basis. There's a challenge to the integrity of the system, and it comes with institutions that have been leveraging the fact that there's been this permissive designated learning institute from outside the country paying a premium dollar to come to Canada and not necessarily getting the education that they were promised. So that's something I think to look out for in the first half of this year.
And I do take your point on the role of provinces here, but I remember 4 or 5 months ago, this issue was already being discussed at the cabinet table, at the cabinet retreat in PI. I was there covering it. And the idea that over the last 2 years, those numbers had exploded, post-pandemic in particular, was already on your table as immigration minister. Why are you only now starting to look at the prospect of a cap when you talked about floating it months ago?
Well, I think in order federally, we need to be doing our job in making sure that we have a system that actually makes sure people have the financial capability to come to Canada, that we're actually verifying offer letters. So really getting our house in order, and then looking at this in a little more granularity, looking at where provinces have not necessarily had robust discussions with their designated learning institutions, particularly those that are profiting off the system. The steps that I announced in the fall were very much preliminary. The federal government was doing its job. And now it's time for us to have a conversation about the volumes and the impact that is having in certain areas, for example, on housing. It isn't the one-size-fits-all solution to addressing all.
Please, just say something of, significance. Oh.
Hey girl, do you remember The Swan? It was peak reality TV. Each episode of The Swan would follow quote unquote ugly ducklings over the course of 3 months as they went through extreme makeovers. They were like, hey, you're ugly. Come over here. We're going to break your face. And we watched the whole process. They would revamp this person from head to toe. They would get them trainers, therapists, surgeon. I mean, they hooked it up. They always got new titties. Always. Titties and lipo were the two things that were consistent in that show. And literally, when you think about it, that saying is beauty is pain. Yeah. This show took that literally. If you want to be beautiful, bitch, it's gonna hurt, And this got me thinking, is that 2004 show The Swan? Oh, nay. Today's episode, we are getting into the famous phrase, beauty is pain. Where did it come from? Why is that a thing? And let me tell you once again, baby girl Lisa, you're going to be blown away with what we came across. She's dressing like a husky. I don't know. And we got Paul. I don't know what's going on today with these ladies. They are acting up. I missed the memo to come in my little sets with my titties out. My titties are cut out. Hey, how are you doing today? I hope you're having a wonderful day so far. My name is Bailey Sarian. This is Paul. This is John. And if you put the three of us together, it's PB and J. We just found that out. And I'd like to welcome you to my podcast, Dark History. Here, we believe history does not have to be boring. No, a lot of the times it's tragic. Sometimes it's happy, rarely. But either way, it's our dark history. So all I need you to do is sit back, relax, and let me just ramble and tell you about all that hot, juicy history goss. Because it's endless. It's the well that keeps on giving. Okay, look, my Google history is questionable. I'm definitely on some kind of list somewhere, right? Someone's watching me because I Google the most ridiculous things. And many years ago, I got like really into foot binding. Have you heard about this? Okay, so when I think about beauty being painful, my first thought was like foot binding. Okay, personally, like I first had learned about this in high school, but we kind of like breezed past it. I saw a picture in my book and everything, and I remember thinking, wait, that's a foot? Huh? Just kind of moved on, and I was like, didn't anyone just notice page 63? It looked like a straight burrito. What was that? Okay, so foot binding. Let me tell you about it because I recently learned foot binding started way back in China with the women of the Qing dynasty. So from the years 618 to 907 AD. Yeah, first of all, close your eyes and try and imagine those years. I don't even know. Like, what did that look like? Were camels even invented? I don't know. But listen, China was ruled by the Qing dynasty, which is considered by many historians to be one of the most important times in China's history. Their military was powerful, and they were snatching up new territories like nothing. And people were getting rich off the economy, and the culture was thriving. I mean, there were plenty of poets, painters, dancers, performance arts. But there was something afoot in China. You get it? A foot. Okay, listen, it was foot binding. Hello, hi, have you heard of this? Have you Googled the images? If you don't know what it is and you're like, I'm new, it's where the feet of Chinese women were painfully modified and mutilated to become smaller. It was said to be excruciating. I mean, when you think about it, have you ever, like, in the middle of the night, hit your big toe on the edge of your bed, and now you're like, oh, it's over. This is my new life. It's like that, but your whole foot is folded in half. But the exact origin of foot binding is unknown. Oh my god. We had to blur Paul's crotch because
Western world, probably. That's my guess is.
Anyway, the exact origin of foot binding is unknown, but historical records from the 900s AD first mentioned the male attraction to tiny feet. And it all started
Really?
when
I think it's the
there was
Western
a
world.
demanding and horny emperor. As the Qing dynasty was winding down, there was an emperor who sat on the throne. He's like Yang. His name was Li Yu. Now, like many like rich and powerful men at the time, or just in general, Emperor Li loved the fancier things in life, the luxuries, to be wined on. One day, he had his people create a 6-foot tall statue of the golden, which represented to the people at this time enlightenment and purity. Now, on top of that, the statue was covered in all sorts of expensive stones, gems, and super beautiful pearls. But this wasn't just like a statue to look at and go, wow! No.
Wow!
Emperor Li had what some would call a unique passion going on. So he's like, okay, I want this 6-foot tall golden lotus, and it's gonna actually be like a really big stage. Stage like no one has seen before. This emperor, he had surrounded himself with, many mistresses. And one of his favorite mistresses was a woman named Yao Yi Young. Now, he wanted Yao to dance on top of that 6-foot golden lotus. But not only that, he also had to perform while her feet were bound with light silk. It's a real thing. The emperor wanted her feet to appear smaller and to be in the shape of a crescent moon. I read somewhere, I don't know if this is true or not, but like what I had read was that the crescent moon represented fertility, purity, stuff like that. So maybe he wanted like a sexy girl to dance or fertility. I don't know. I could be wrong. I read it online. These days we don't know nothing, huh? So the emperor's like, okay, look, you have to do this whole dance on the points of your toes while their feet are bound. and on top of that golden lotus. So Yao took this challenge, everything, everything, and she performed, baby. So the dance was so graceful and well done that other dancers and women all across China, they wanted to like imitate her foot. Like, oh my god, incredible. And it's like, again, I had this moment of like, oh my god, history is just the same shit over and over again. It's just people wanting to like, imitate the well. Should just be a little show. You're welcome. I answered life. I answered everything. So the women, they figured that if they could like copy Yao's foot function, which is now known as the lotus foot, they too could catch the emperor's eye. So upper class women started binding their feet by wrapping them in silk, and the practice ended up spreading really from there. Chinese women use the lotus foot as their standard for beauty and became a sexual desire for Chinese men. That's another thing to be clear about. Here's the thing. At some point, it wasn't enough for like the feet to appear smaller. The cultural expectation in China at the time was that the woman's foot should be physically smaller. Okay, so and how do we do that? Now, in order to physically change your foot to make it appear smaller, the process, it's very unfortunate. Yes, it is. It literally involves breaking the bones in the foot. All of that. And in China, for it to work, they would start foot binding when a girl was young. So getting them when they're young is super important because the foot wasn't fully developed. Hello, so it's like this new little foot missing. Wow. Any younger, and the girls, I guess they couldn't handle the pain. Those lousy 2-year-olds. And any older, at this point, their bones would be like too strong, and it was harder to like shift around to get this perfect size. So here's how it works. Step 1 of foot binding. A young girl's foot is wrapped real tight in some sort of cloth bandage. Now this would help as she got older. You don't want that. Step 2, the foot would be wrapped again, and I guess this is when it would get like really great stuff. Keep listening because this is history. During the second phase, you have to like wait, right, for the foot to like get soft or whatever. And then during the second phase, the foot, they were wrapped in a way so the girl's toes would bend under the foot and then begin to merge with the sole. I know it sounds confusing, but oh my god, come on over to YouTube to watch this if you want to. So they would take this and literally like fold it to here. Do you understand? Do you understand? A foot should not be doing that. Shout out to BB, love my BB sucks. Okay, so they would crunch the foot in half. Jesus, I know. The whole point was like to bring the toes and the heel as close together as physically possible. Again, all to make the foot appear smaller. I know. For what? Well, let me tell you. But not yet. So the big toe, it was said that like those were not folded under. The big toe was like kept free because it's like nearly impossible.
Big toes folded over the foot.
Toe. So they needed that one. But the other toes could piss off. The bandits would be so forcefully tightened that the girls' toes, again, they would just break one by one. All of them. And like that was the point. That's what they wanted. That was the goal, to break them all. Dr. Steve Cummings, a doctor who researched foot binding extensively, like a foot guy, said that he came across a machine that was used to crush the girls' foot bones. It was kind of like a pasta machine, like when you roll it and the dough goes through it. It was like that. So like pasta. I guess when it would go through, it would just like break all of their bones. On the bright side, if we could find one, eventually the foot would go numb from the pain.
Okay.
So you couldn't even feel it, which is great. So it wasn't that bad. Yeah. So by doing all this, it would make it harder for the girl to stand, balance, and even walk. So this would force the girl to take like very small steps and kind of sway from side to side when walking. But this was considered like hot because it kind of added to the gracefulness and attractiveness of being a woman in ancient China. Little quiet steps, being submissive. Eventually, over time, the foot would end up looking like triangular stump. Insert image here. You see that? What is that? That's a foot. Look, a side effect that was often reported was an infection of the feet. That's because it's not like the broken toes just folded under the paper. No, the toes literally like curled downward and then inward. And then the toenails, because we have toenails, remember? They would grow directly into the flesh and stab it and it would lead to an infection. Okay? Now this caused a couple of toes or two to fall off, which again they were like, oh yeah, you know, we don't want those toes in here. So some women would actually just be like, hey, remove all my toes. I don't need them. Because with 0 toes,
I would cut off my feet
what?
back then.
The foot
If I could have
was
cut off my
even
feet
smaller. It was like
and still
a
function,
win-win.
I would.
Well, lose-win. Depending on how you look at it. But sometimes even more was lost than just toes. Baking causes way more anxiety than it really needs to, right? Like every time I try and bake something, like even as simple as saying like a box of brownies, I go wrong somewhere. I don't know how, but I do, and it's just like a total problem.
Just trust the recipe.
Every time. Well, wouldn't it be nice to enjoy a flawlessly baked item without all of the hassle that goes into making it with wild grain? You can, baby. Now, if you don't know, wild grain created the first ever baked from frozen to person box for the sourdough bread.
One of my grandma's recipes started with break 6 eggs.
All the good stuff. And let me tell you,
No, it was no, wait, what was it?
So passionate that they made the process so simple. Select your plan, pick how often you want your box
And
to come,
3 cups of
and
sugar.
go from free to
Yeah.
the table in
So
about
you have
35
3
minutes.
cups, or no, 6
No
eggs.
commitment,
You whisk
no
them,
thought,
and then you take
no
3
delivery
cups of
fee,
sugar,
bing, bang, boom.
and you slowly added it.
Incredible
I was like, I don't know about that.
That will change your life.
No, if she was getting chemo at certain points, so maybe she just like kind of all fucked up. But if I don't do it the way like grandma's recipe tells me to do it, then it comes out fucked up. But just fucking listen to the fucking recipe, it comes out amazing actually. Fucked up.
Bless you, wild grain. And you can now fully customize your wild grain box. You can get any combination of breads, pastas, and
You okay, Jackalope?
If you want a box of all bread,
What's up,
all
mister?
pasta, or all pastry, well, guess what? For a limited time, you can get $30 off the first box, plus free croissants in every box. When you go to wildgrain.com/darkhistory to start your subscription. You heard me correctly. Free croissants in every box. And $30 off your first box when you go to wildgrain.com/darkhistory. That's wildgrain.com/darkhistory, or you can use promo code darkhistory at checkout. Historians say that 1 in 10 girls in ancient China died because of foot binding. But still, foot binding continued to happen for a very long time. I'm talking like centuries. And by the early 1800s, when Western doctors started practicing medicine in China, they reported some grisly stories. One doctor said that a young girl decided to have her bandages unwrapped and that her feet were hanging on only by the tendons.
No.
Yeah, I don't like to imagine that, huh? I think anyone does. And in some cases, the foot bandages were so tight that it often cut off blood flow to the feet, which led to many young girls suffering from gangrene. And then, in order to save their lives, I thought over here, oh, they would just cut off the foot. No, they had to cut off like the entire leg. Wow. Dang. I guess gangrene goes up the whole leg. So it was just like not a good time, right? Despite all of the horrors, having small feet became the hallmark of femininity in ancient China. The thinking was that the smaller the foot, the more fertile the woman. I don't know, but it kind of makes sense. But not really. But like, because of this, small feet is like equals a more desirable life. But not only this, small feet also have value in social circles. So when it came to like foot binding, the upper class had to say, quote, if you care for a son, you don't go easy on his stomach. If you care for a daughter, you don't go easy on her foot binding. End quote. Yeah, I wonder if that was like embroidered on pillows or something. But they took this to heart, and to the elites, having a woman with bound feet meant that like the family had the ability to take care of a quote crippled woman. I guess to them, that was a sign that you were well off. Like if an upper class woman was going through the foot binding experience, she did the love parade and was carried around by her servants. In other words, like she doesn't have to do any manual labor herself. She has other people take care of her. She has people literally walk for her. But women who weren't as well off, they were forced to, I guess, like use cane and just take very small steps around. But for the lower and the middle classes, a young girl with small feet could be used as currency, as a way to move up the social ladder. For example, if a middle class family has a daughter with tiny feet, oh baby, they were like, yeah, she could marry into like a rich family that would take care of her. Score. And as a result, like that middle class family is now associated with the elite of society. So their parents, they have their fingers crossed, like, give me a baby with small feet, please. But not all small feet are created equal. Now listen to this. There was actually kind of a scale for ranking small feet. The hottest bride at the time had a foot that was just 3 inches long. Yeah, that was gold. That's like the length of a debit card. And ladies, that's the only thing we want to be 3 inches, am I right? No? Okay. Yeah, always that. The size was known as the golden medal. It's like winning the gold medal in the Olympics. It's everything. Now, let's say a foot that was like 4 inches long, we go, it's okay, it's still pretty good, but what is the best? This was called the silver lotus. And honestly, that's not stuff, because it's like, oh, but it wasn't that. With a foot that was 5 inches or more, and wow, show your face in public again, you nasty. He's very unpleasant, okay? And this even has a very ugly name. The iron lotus. How embarrassing for you. Anyways, it meant that your chances of being a bride probably not gonna happen. Relax, please, baby. In other words, that's stupid right now. And he's not gonna like open any doors for you. But while these foot standards were pressing all sorts of things, women were able to find kind of like a silver lining. Foot binding was like a moment for daughters, mothers, and grandmothers to come together and bond. It was a bonding moment. We're bonding. And this is important because knowing your mom and your grandmother went through that same exact pain, in a way, it felt like therapeutic, brought them closer together. So, like, oh, my mom and my grandma did this, so if they brought the women coming together and stuff, cool, but really, like, historians point out the cultural practice of foot binding. It actually forced women to be dependent on men. It reinforced the idea that women should be submissive. I mean, a woman literally couldn't walk out of that relationship. And bound feet also meant the girl was easier to control. Melissa Brown, the Harvard Center for Gender Studies, says that foot binding forced women to stay home and do work like spinning silk and earning money for the family. By the 1800s, it was estimated that 40 to 50% of all Chinese women may have had their feet bound at one point or another. And within upper class circles of some Chinese ethnicities, that number was close to 100%. 100%! That's insane. Now, even though it was popular, not everyone in China was a fan of the practice. The government of the Qing dynasty condemned foot binding and tried to outlaw it. Some Chinese writers also denounced the custom. And around the 1870s and 1880s, with the help of Western missionaries, anti-foot binding societies started to pop up. In 1887, a Buddhist reformer named King Yowei founded his Foot Emancipation Society. He went on to write a formal memo to the emperor, arguing that he should abolish foot binding because he said it made China look real bad. In 1912, foot binding was outlawed across the Republic of China. And by 1949, the cultural practice was almost totally abandoned. And here's the thing, foot binding has been happening for over 1,000 years. That's a long time, if you don't know. And laws can't erase those customs and traditions overnight. The last statute that made notice fees, which were platform solutions specifically for women without feet, they closed shop in 1999. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, that's not that long ago, right? Like, someone was buying those feet until then. Photographer Joe Farrell spent 13 years traveling China, tracking down the remaining women who survived foot fungus. He eventually found 50 of them. Living history. Bounty Women of China. Now, Farrell found older women who happily showed off their once down. And after meeting dozens of these women and learning more about the practice, Farrell had an I feel so many people talk about how unfair the tradition was, but it was also a tradition that empowered them. It gave them a better life. They were doing the best for themselves. And that side is like, okay, that makes sense too. You know, two things can be true at the same time. But you can definitely check out Joe Farrell's photos. They are actually fascinating. Now, post my link and show notes down below. So check that out. But as I was doing my research, tying up circulation, tops, breaking bones, naturally made me think of corsets. Right? Oh, well, I mean, when you think about it, it's so funny. It's kind of the same thing as a corset. You're tying and breaking and reshaping. Same shit. Different body. So, naturally, I was like, corset, I don't know about some. Don't know. I don't know what happened. And as I got to Googling and goggling, I read an article from the Smithsonian magazine. I know I'm fancy. This magazine said, quote, a small foot in China, no different from a tiny waist in Victorian England, represented the height of female spine. So during Victorian times, one of the main purposes of the corset was to support the breast distance. You're watching this on YouTube. It's a good way to YouTube. Which means corsets were essentially one of the earliest versions of a bra. Yeah. But it wasn't originally created for like the chest.
Okay.
In the 1800s, most Victorian women would not be caught dead without having their waist ribbon snapped at all times. And for instance, guess this, metaphor. Look, this is the beauty standard at the time. A big bust, teeny waist, and nice round hips. So an hourglass shape. That's very hard to achieve. The best way to achieve this shape is with the use of the tightened corset, which is exactly what it sounds like. A corset that is tightly laced against the body squeeze everything in, change the woman's shape over time. Very weird. First, women would slide on these corsets and then sucked in. The stomach would get sucked in, the titties would get up to the chin. It was just like, whoa, this is a lot, you know? Posture though, on point. Hips, hips, rounded. Knees were tight. But these women, they wouldn't stop at corsets. Oh, no, what's that? So they would put on something called a crinoline cage, which honestly kind of looks like a bird cage, but in the shape of a shirt. It was originally made out of horsehair fabric. Ding dong, I just had a thought. Recently I came across a Swedish. Now I was like, what? This sounds really uncomfortable. Horsehair? Poor horse. What was his name? I want to be a man. Why do you leave him? And sadly, I'm sad to report, it's the most comfortable thing I've ever laid on. Anyway, so I thought of the muscle because I would imagine it'd be uncomfortable, but I guess the horsehair was like really comfortable. That's what I was doing at. Horsehair necklace. Not doing that, but still. Anyway, they also put on a bustle, which is kind of like a butt pad, kind of. This was also those giant Victorian gowns to give them that. First of all, being able to own all of that equipment in and of itself was a flex. Most women can't put on all of that stuff by themselves, which meant that most likely they had a maid help them put it on. And if you had a maid, that means you did. And that's why, you know, everyone wants to act like a rich. I mean, you couldn't like say that. You need help. Have you seen the movie Titanic? Do you remember when Rose became released in a corset? Yes, there's a fascinating action. Dressing like this was the difference between someone having status in society and someone being rejected. So, yeah, everyone was really nice. And honestly, they look great. You gotta give it to them. But it was like, at what cost? Have you ever tried looking for a doctor by just like Googling and hoping for that? It's just like absolute chaos. There are thousands of medical professionals out there, and you have no idea if they take your insurance because for some reason they don't tell you. And like some offices are only open on like Tuesdays from 1 and you just can't trust all the reviews they have. It's questionable sometimes, you know. Thankfully, we have ZocDoc to help us filter through all of the noise. You don't know? I'll tell you. ZocDoc is a free app and website where you can search and compare highly rated in-network doctors near you and instantly book appointments with them online. They have filter options, which are pure magic, so you can sort doctors into your insurance, how far they are from you, and what their specialties are. And hey, you can even trust ZocDoc's reviews because they're all verified. I know, what a novel idea, huh? I know when I want to see a doctor, the last thing I want to do is like pick up the phone and have a long conversation with the receptionist and then get to the point of like, do you take my insurance? And then they don't take my insurance. And I'm like, so we just wasted 15 minutes? Great. So I love having ZocDoc in my corner because look, every time to find a doctor, I can just go through it, see what I'm looking for, what kind of doctor I'm looking for, and when I want to see this doctor. And then boom, baby, book it all right there on my phone on the app. I love it. Go to ZocDoc.com/darkhistory and download the ZocDoc app for free. Then find and book a top-rated doctor today. That's ZocDoc, ZocDoc.com/darkhistory. ZocDoc.com/darkhistory. Ladies will begin to use tight-waist corsets even before they hit puberty, because their bodies will start forming as close to that corset shape as possible. Man, I wish I started earlier. Have you ever worn a corset? Do it once in your life, you'll be like, oh my God, woman. You want to take yourself out on dates. Anyways, so because they're young, you know, so their body is molded into the corset, just like a foot doctor. And these corset wearing women started to experience painful health problems. Of course, authors of purposeful pain, quote, internal organs, especially the lungs and bladder, as well as ribs, vertebrae, and pelvis were impacted. Victorian-era girls literally had the breath squeezed out of their body. Where the organs going? This is even someone new. Joan, where are your organs right now, bud? I mean, man. Or you got your teeth too? Who did that? Did you go to the Swan? I think I remember that time. Before and after wearing corsets regularly, and it's like, wow. Wow. That's all I gotta say. Everything internal, from like the middle of your body down, it's just it's squeezed into a V shape. And between not being allowed to eat too much so you don't get weight, and wearing these corsets, girls and women were known to have style. I mean, no wonder there were all those fainting houses around that time. These poor women were literally suffocating, passing out everywhere. All for what? Beauty. And fashion. For centuries, corsets were the main undergarment for women because it was like a head-off, Spanx and a bra in one. The support exclusively designed for the boobs didn't show up until the early 20th century when something called bust supporters hit the market. As the years go on, more and more women start shedding the layers of their clothing. They didn't have to deal with those crinolines or bustle. Now the dresses were a little bit more sleek. You know, they're fitting and flattering her body, but you could actually see a woman's real shape under her dress. And if you had, I don't know, like a big eye control piece or even a flat chest situation, then the bust support. Yeah. So they would sell them in a few different forms. There were the Sharafo bust forms specifically marketed for women that were flat chested. And their ads would feature a woman with a cartoonishly small waist, big old titties, you know, and the ad would say like, a perfect figure for $1. The flat chest woman was never at so great a disadvantage as in today's stylish splendor frocks. Yeah, whatever that means. I was like, what? $1? That's all I thought.
Lie.
I guess it's just
No
like
one
the
fucking
stuff in
says
your
it's gonna
bra,
be
you
in.
know? Yeah, me neither. It looks like a full corset with a chest attachment, but instead of being laced up in the back with like ties around the waist, it's kind of hard to explain, but it was another option instead of the corset. But still, like no bra on the market, something to hold up babies. And then one day, Mary had suffered a wardrobe malfunction that truly continues ever. In 1913, Mary was getting ready for a ball. She's like, no. She's getting herself, getting her face on, she's doing her hair, she's feeding, So she slips on that classic hard corset, like another tight corset to above it, over it. It's a corset on a corset. It was a lot of layers, okay? And my understanding is that, like,
Yeah, then you have to take them all off.
Corset on top of a corset, just really make things smooth. Have
You
you
know
ever
how
doubled up
hot
your
that
skin?
is? Just as hot as getting them on.
And then another hand thing. I felt like I was sculpted by the gods. It's kind of like that, Obviously, not the same. But Mary steps into her party and she runs into the initiative. It was completely see-through. Like you could totally see everything going on underneath that dress. You could see her corset, and that was not it. That was not the vibe. And it completely ruined her outfit. She's having a meltdown. There's nothing to wear. What am I going to do? I can't go to the party. I just wasted my own money. She referred to the corset under her see-through dress as, quote, a box-like armor of whalebone and pink cordage. Sounds super good. Mary realized that she was like really screwed. So she asked her maid, to bring her pink pocket handkerchiefs and some pink ribbon. I love it, yeah, I love that. So on the fly, Mary designed, her maid probably kind of helped her design too, a little contraption that would keep her belongings in the chest. Her maid sewed the pocket handkerchiefs together and created straps with like a pink ribbon. And just like that, guess what? The very first modern bra was invented. Wow. When Mary got to the party, she was like, just dancing and shaking it like her ass was on fire. And then a woman at the ball was like, oh my God, she's dancing like her ass is on fire, but her boobs and everything was staying in place. I need to know more. So this woman was a Mary. She's like, how are you moving around with a corset on? Huh? And Mary told them about her last little DIY invention. Now this woman at the ball was like, you need to make me one, okay? Like demanding Mary make her whatever this was. It didn't have any. And that's when Mary knew that she had a really good idea on her hands. In 1914, she patented her invention as a, quote, backless brassiere. She was able to make $1 out of each of these backless brassieres, which back then, was a big deal, especially if you were a woman. But for whatever reason, Mary's bra just like didn't get off the ground. Maybe she wasn't like pushing them that hard, or I don't know. She wasn't selling as many as she hoped to. Her husband insisted that she sell the idea so that she could get at least some money, So she's like, someday, whatever. And she sells her invention to the Warner Brothers corset company for $1,500. And no, not the not those Warner Brothers. It would have been fun to go after these brothers. These were some other brothers who did some corset stuff. But it wasn't a household item yet. The girls who knew about this thing, they knew. Okay, they knew it was up. But that was about it. Lots of women at this time were still clinging on to their corsets. So to them, it was like, hey, why fix something if it isn't broke, That was good, it was snatched, my waist is tiny. But then, World War I happened, and suddenly everyone was picking up corsets. I know it's random, right? These stories are always random. During World War I, it was all hands on deck. Before this, war efforts were very centered on men. The women, they would stay at home and take care of the family, and the men were like shipped off to war. But with World War, women were stepping up like to take care of business. Many were working in the war industry, steel or ammunition. Some were nurses, some were driving medical vehicles, and all of these jobs required one thing. You have to be able to haul ass. So you can't be like walking down the street in the ball gown and a corset. You can't bend over in that stuff. And so you need to be able to move freely. And the other reason was good old American patriotism. The majority of corsets at the time were made of metal. And just like with sugar and fabric, people were encouraged to make sacrifices so they could use all of those resources for the war. I guess the men, when they were fighting, they were wearing these corsets. Sorry, that was a funny visual. Not funny, because everyone died and stuff, but they died getting sexy. In 1917, the chairman of the U.S. War Industries Board even made a public announcement asking ladies to stop purchasing corsets. Okay, get out of my life. How come they are always coming for us and our shop? Look, men, don't they have like steel and their shoes? I don't know. According to NPR, over 28,000 tons of steel were saved. That's a lot. This is enough metal to create 2 battlefields. Yeah. So what did women do when they couldn't turn to their corsets? Well, they reached for Mary's backless brassieres. First of all, they were way more comfortable because they were made cotton. And they were a lot easier to put on. No need for a second person to lace you up. After that, women never really went back to the old school corset. And bras went through evolution after evolution. In the 1920s flapper era, flattening bandeau bras were in. They wanted to be flat tested. Everyone wanted that flat board space underneath their iconic flapper dress. But then, in the 1930s, more money was being poured into the bra industry. So there was an invention of the elastic strap, the adjustable band, and the biggest game changer of them all, cup size. So this brought on inventions like the push-up bra, the stretch bra, even with like little bralettes that a lot of us wear today. Unless you got big old titties and you can't wear that thing. One of the big old titties that, sometimes you kind of like put that night and you lay down and you squat up and you're like, breathe. So today, over 90% of women in Western countries wear bras, which is like pretty loud, huh? We all are doing it together. Why? I don't know. That's pretty much all of us. Who's the other 10%? Well, could be. But there's this theory out there that because of the hashtag free the nipple movement, bras may be going into that. I don't know what to tell you. I really think it's ever going to happen. People need bras. Sorry, I disagree. But like they believe that women in general are just totally over the beauty standards that have been forced on us, which is like, yes, good. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So like, what does that mean for the future of bra? Well, who's it? Yeah. So here's the thing. It doesn't end there. Squarespace is a one-stop shop, all-in-one website platform to help business owners stand out and succeed online. It doesn't matter if you are launching your business today or managing a well-known brand. Squarespace makes it beyond simple to create a sleek website and sell anything from products to content, all in one place. Baby, all on their own terms. That's so nice. And you can also use email campaigns to engage with the audience and like then see analytics to see if it was effective and all that jazz. One of the cool things about Squarespace is that they help out with both creativity and function. They have these customizable online store templates that are created by like world-class designers. And this will help make the buying process on your site as frictionless as possible. And the easier it is to buy, it's less likely that people like me will bail from your website because, it's frustrating. Go check out squarespace.com for a free trial. And when you're ready to launch, go to www.squarespace.com/darkhistory to save 10% off your of a website or domain. A big thank you to Squarespace for partnering with me on today's episode. Now let's get back to today's story. I mean, ladies, hello. We've literally shifted our bones and organs around to achieve different beauty standards. So you got the perfect small feet, you got that perfect hourglass shape to each up. It's like, okay, then what else can bug these women about? Ew. Hairy legs. Hairy legs. You should do something about that. That's one thing. So we are doing some pretty weird shit when it comes to, drumroll please, body hair. Body hair. The third one is body hair. Yeah. Look, something that I learned that I found fascinating is that in ancient cultures, body hair removal wasn't a gendered issue. Archaeologists believe that early humans shaved their heads and facial hair regardless of whether they were men or women. Now, this is mostly to avoid being frostbite in the colder climates because the water can get trapped in your body hair and freeze against the skin. The more you know. I know, I was like, wait, I always thought a beard would protect you from the cold, but no, opposite. Interesting. They get rid of it all. Now back then, they obviously weren't using hair. I've never accidentally left hair on a little too long on the hoodie holiday.
Mary left an arrow on.
Again, what the fuck? So what the hell were they doing?
She's supposed to wash off. Now she's not any lighter.
Yeah. Sounds like something they do in SpongeBob. But they would sharpen clam shells to be like extreme thin and very sharp at the edge. You know? And then they would drag it against the skin, which would then pull at the grain of the hair. Essentially, dry shaving. Ooh, ow, burn, right? Now, if they didn't have clam shells, all they would use the next best thing. Animal tooth. The animal tooth was fire. Step one, find an animal tooth. Alright? Then drag it over your legs. And that's how you would shave. That sounds pretty badass. Can you imagine like walking in on someone shaving your legs or head with like a tooth, an animal tooth? And you're like, what the fuck? Look, the point is, it started off as like a practical thing. In ancient Egypt, women and men were big fans of getting rid of all of their body hair. They thought it was just more hygienic because fleas and lice were a big problem. And that's fair, I give that to them. Plus, there was like a shit ton of venereal diseases, and hair would trap all of that, making people sick. So instead, they were just like, off with the hair, gone. But don't worry, they weren't sawing their bushes off with those razor sharp clam shells. Some of the first legit razors ever created came from ancient Egypt around the year 3000 BC. Ancient Egypt is the coolest place. They invented everything, right? Yeah, 3000 BC. That's like 3,000 years before Jesus was around. People were landscaping their hoo-has. Right. The Egyptian razors were made out of copper, but they weren't like the only option. People also used like a version of the tweezer, and also pumice stone, which were like used very aggressively to rub off the hair. God, it sounds like they would rip off all the skin and like the glue, right? Ooh. By the time Cleopatra was queen in the year 51 BC, a new method called sugaring was all the rage. Sugaring is kind of like waxing, except instead of wax, you take water, sugar, and sometimes lemon, and heat them up until they turn into a sticky, gel-like paste. Then you take the sugar wax, spread it on the hair that you want to get rid of, you know? Put on a cloth strip, work that shit off. We're basically listening to hair. Okay, wow. So influential. Maybe try this recipe at home. Let me know how it goes. Because at first I was like, I'm going to try this, but then I got scared. And then she from Cleopatra had a little trendsetter moment. Apparently, she would have removed all of her body hair, including the hair on top of her head. Now, this symbolized elegance and once again, height, stature. And isn't that what it's really all about? Anyways, everyone saw this, and razors, they weren't cheap back then. So everyone and their mom, they find any way that they could possibly find to remove all of their hair at home. They were going full naked mole rat everywhere. You know what I'm saying? It's like great. Glad you started that one. I like it both. Hey, the hair removal trend goes from Egypt to Europe, just like perfumes, toothbrushes, spices, everything we've talked about here on Start History. Basically, everything starts in Egypt, and then Europe, they steal it, and they're like, we invented it, yay! Allegedly. For whatever reason, it's not clear why or when exactly it started, but the Greeks believed that pubic hair was a masculine feature. It was believed Greek goddesses lacked any kind of pubic hair, so Greek women had to be one goddess, right? Hello?
doing? Are you done already? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'll leave right now. Like, actually. Okay, I'll see you soon. Love you, bye. Oh. You want to stay here or do you want to come with me? I have to go get Daddy. I'd rather you maybe come with me though. We're going to car? Oh, shit. Okay. Jack? What's going on? You with the busted eye. Ugh. Oh. Hey, Rod. What's up, sister? Hi, Rod. Okay. Hey. What did you say? Yeah, I am. Go get the thing with the car. He's for here. No, you're coming with me, don't worry. Oh, sorry. Well, what are you behind the door for? Okay. Okay. Beep beep sheep. Hands down. This has to be by far the heaviest TV I've ever moved. I moved a lot of heavy TVs. Holy shit. Wow. That was fucking heavy. Oh my god. Like, not good. Okay. Oh god. I am amazing. Ow! Holy shit. Oh my god. Oh. Oh. All right. Let's go Power Ranger. Ah. No, that's great. Oh. Water. Ah. Okay. Volume. Do I go pee? Hold up, hold up.
You smell the smoke?
Yeah. I slept too long for a long time.
Oh my god. Oh. Be gone, Goose, be gone. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. It better work because it's like she's like, oh, you want me to help you put it in the car?
I know!
Fucking gonna be hungry.
No, because like there's no way this fucking little I'm surprised she offered. I was gonna my initial reaction was I was gonna say, honestly, I just super appreciate oh, thank you, baby. You're so sweet. Oh, I love you. You always think of me. That's exactly what I want right now too.
Really? Sweet.
But she was just like I really want to be like I really appreciate you for not calling the cops on me saying that I'm stealing from your property. Because people have done that before. I first thought she was coming over to be like, don't come here again.
Right?
Which I would have respected totally. Like, I'm like, oh shit, I'm sorry. I won't come here again.
Thing? Where's the
What?
oh place there? Okay, give me a minute.
I just want to stand up and use some water. I don't know how the fuck I got this in the car, honestly.
That's a 50-inch TV.
70.
70?
I think so. 72 inch. That's 50 inch.
It's going in my game. It works. It's not gonna work.
Shut up. Why would you say that? Because they're rich, bougie people.
And they gotta do $3,000 TV. Maybe.
What does this say? Received
Your face?
June 1st, 2011. So to them it's probably we our TV too old. Wanna hold it? That's what I mean. Oh.
What? No, he's shooting from the top.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, just leave it there. You don't have the screws, I guess?
I'll get them.
Because there's holes.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but I think they probably threw it out because it's broken. Like, it might not stay.
Why are you so discouraged of my TV?
I'm not discouraged. I'm just seeing the pattern of the stand here.
There you go. Feels like they should fit in there. Oh, maybe they do. Yeah.
Jack, what are you doing?
Dad, you ate so much today. Oh no. Okay. Can you tilt it back a bit?
Hmm?
Does it tilt back?
As soon as it goes, gonna fall forward.
Yeah. Back? There we go. Oh, you're right. All the way down there. Why don't you put it flat on my jacket? Oh, I'm gonna do that. Okay. I should take this thing off, David. I'm supposed to take the plate off, put it in, screw those in.
No.
No?
No. Because this is a rotatable thing. It rotates.
Yeah. Does it?
You're supposed to put those screws all the way in there. Do those screws fit in this thing?
No, I don't think so. Oh, no way. Yeah. Honestly, that stand is really good for my jewelry, for pictures, or really selling anything. These things are really good. I put any kind of light, like my fucking Christmas lights.
Maybe. Ah!
These screws are very specific.
I know. Small batteries?
Huh?
AAA batteries?
On the tea table in the living room in the square cup.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. The TV works.
Hell yeah! Who's the professional stomping? Stomp, 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 stomp.
Fuck you.
Why do you have your boots on? No?
Huh?
So why do you have your boots on?
No, I'm smoking early.
Oh.
Wow.
What?
Well, it's very big.
What?
It's very big.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to undo my my thing upstairs.
Yeah, but you wanted to grab the thing from downstairs, right? The black stand? The black
Yeah,
TV
but
stand?
that gray table there, up there,
What for table? Yeah.
I don't think I want it anymore.
Okay, that's okay. I'll take that back downstairs.
Okay.
I don't know if you want the glass table. I just don't know if you can put that on there. I would not. Personally, I would not put that on anything that's not very solid.
Like seriously, up there, I would literally maybe put it on the black thing downstairs.
That's on it because it's closer to the floor.
Yeah.
If it does end up breaking, and you could just reinforce the fucking legs of it. So. Oh fuck.
What?
Where did I see a TV mount? Well, it's this size, so that's no good. So all these are no good.
Well, I can stay there for now.
Yeah.
Cool.
Well, why not?
Well, because I'm gonna right now.
No, of course not. You just worked today. Want me to start you a bath?
Maybe.
It's all clean in there. Well, it's gonna take a while for the bath to go up. Maybe you can coffee your teeth if you want. Hi.
Hey. How you doing?
Good. Thank you, boy.
Oh, I'm fine here.
Right? Me too, baby. Me too, baby. Ah.
What? What? It's for a wall mount.
I know that.
Like, who the fuck put a television that heavy on a wall mount? Like, it's gonna rip the wall.
Yeah, no, definitely. Ooh, dizzy. So yeah, it was sheer determination. The reason why I sit here, because I didn't want to look like a complete fucking idiot. You know when you're like, I'm gonna get this myself.
I never had it to do that big.
I was actually gonna go back to her and be like, hey, thanks for not calling the police and saying that I'm a thief stealing off your property or coming to give me a hard time. Also, me and my boyfriend have never had a TV so big.
No, the biggest I ever
Even my
had.
parents.
The biggest I ever had is the one I'm playing on right now.
Even my parents. The only reason they have the big screen in the living room, they had a.
But it is kind of cool because with the Wii you can play standing, you know. It's kind of
Living
cool.
room.
It's cool. But I like the configure. My TV's not gonna be facing the window anymore.
Think about it. Yeah. Once you sit up there and like start measuring stuff, and then he'll be like, "No, it won't fit there." I'm like,
well, usually when I move that, I'm used to a 42-inch television. Okay. I just look, okay, fits there. But now I never really worked around a 70-inch TV, so I'm like, 72 is gonna fit there. I'm like, so I took the wire, the blanket, and I went upstairs, and I was that much off.
Yeah, but that's kind of how I do it too, where I'm just kind of like, there's usually one thing that I'm like, hey, this I know I want here, and it's definitely going here, and I'll maneuver everything else around that. Well, I'm glad it works. I look like I definitely hurt the fuck out of myself, like you would not believe.
Are we gonna start right now?
If you want, I can help you.
Move the stuff out of there.
I would rather you let me help you, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay, well, see, this is why. You impressed? Are you impressed?
Yes, I am.
I'm in so much pain, yeah?
Stop it.
You have no idea. And like, it's top heavy. I should have fucking listened to my. What? What are you doing?
Because if I put it there, the middle's gonna go to the middle of the TV and break the screen. Then it's fucked up the wall.
Oh, I don't give a shit about wall.
No, read this.
Like, you thought that was big.
Yeah.
Huge TV.
Oh now. My God.
Maybe it's more than 52. Or 72, I mean.
That's an 80-inch screen.
I don't know how that fit in my car. And I didn't listen to my instinct, and I should like, can I put it back? I'm like, I think she thought I meant the trunk. I'm like, fuck no, there's homeless girl stuff in my trunk. I'll go start your bath. Thank you, baby.
I might not want to take my bath right now.
Okay, I'll wait. You let me know. Where's that skateboard? The wheels of it? Aren't they supposed to be big ass wheels?
But that's what I'm saying. Those wheels, we kept from all of those that we have. We had so many of them.
All I know is Mike gave it to me because it was all of these events with me and Mike, I realized, are all before he slept in my car that one night because I was just like, I felt really bad. He's like, okay, I'm gonna go to my car now. I'm like, okay, see you later. And it's like raining. I was like, Mike, if you want, you can sleep in my car, but I swear to God, you fucking try a goddamn thing, I will destroy you. I will cut your fingers off. And when I woke up, I basically had my butt on him, and I was like almost falling out of the car, and he was like this. He was just like, oh, I'm so sorry. I think Mike actually doesn't know he's gay.
Right?
Well, like, Fathom. Fathom thinks he's got like 1 million friends. I'm like, none of your friends like. It's fine. If you're gay, be gay.
Yeah.
But just stop all the other shit. Like you being a whore and getting girls to come over and you go really obnoxiously loud and annoyingly. Like to prove that you are such a man whore. Here. They're good. They're strawberry in the middle.
These are like the best. Yeah. Huh? No, I still like them. Like what? Expecting the molasses taste?
What are you looking at? Dumb face.
Hey! You with the dumb face. Who that, me? Yeah, you.
Yeah, go. You don't want a dumb face.
Oh my god.
You're so smelly.
You're smelly.
You're very smelly.
You smell like me.
Probably.
Okay, then I'll take a bath.
I love you. Even if you are smelly.
I am smelly. I really don't like my smell.
Really? That's weird.
No, it's not a good smell.
That's weird. I like the smell of my own armpit.
Yeah, but no, not that one.
I smell like an onion.
Yeah, when it smells like onion, it's fine. But that is
Well, you smell sour usually when you sweat.
too much. At least I don't have those crystal sweat anymore. When you do a lot of speed or crystal
that.
net, you sweat and it smells.
No, and it pushes out your skin because like your liver can't filter it out. It'll find any way, like say with the mushrooms or any kind of hallucinogen that's like basically you're putting poison in your body. And your body's doing everything it can to get it out of your body.
Exactly.
So you will tear, your hands and your feet sweat. And then like if that doesn't work, your fucking body literally, that's why I used to say I had leprosy. Because they're almost gone. But I had them like, literally I was covered in them. They were all over my face too. And like sometimes one will come back, like this one. This one came back up and it just like, it's kind of like this thing where it just doesn't go away. It's kind of like a pimple. I think it wants to be a skin tag, but I just rip it off before it gets there.
And my sciatic nerve is starting. Oh my god.
Well, do you want to maybe hose yourself off before you sit in the bath?
No.
Okay. I feel bad. I should have said yes to snowboard. But we were in a rush to go. And I had to get you to work.
Yeah, but now the snow is too compact and icy to use a snowblower. We're gonna break it.
Oh, really?
Oh yes, lady.
You know what's funny in Shaggy? All it takes is one neighbor to get a snowblower, and he'll do the whole fucking block. They don't even ask. They just do it. And you wake up one morning, and you go out because you're ready to shovel the fucking driveway. You're just like, oh, what happened here? Did somebody fuck up and plow the wrong driveway?
We did that.
And it'll be one of the neighbors. They got a new snowplow for Christmas, and they're like, yeah, I'm going to plow the whole fucking town. And they'll even do like the park up the street, like the path through the park. I'm like, you like.
Because sometimes by the time you tell me that I wasn't supposed to shovel that driveway, I'm done.
You guys actually do that sometimes?
I did that once.
That's hilarious.
Once, yeah. Because I was not supposed to do it because we lost the contract, but we did it the other year. So I just did it.
What do you mean you lost the contract?
Well, it means because the person that was there before moved.
Oh, okay.
It's being plowed.
Renewal.
Yeah.
That's how I used to scam. Imagine calling a business and being like, hi, one of your employees on Google, did you want to renew? And they're like, what? I never approved this. I'm like, yeah, but your manager did. They're like, yeah, but I fired her 2 months after because she was a fucking idiot. I was like, look, yellowpagesonline.net. It's like literally not even a fuck. There's no buttons on the page. Like it's just a blank fucking page.
Wow.
Yeah. It just like has like a little search bar that says reverse lookup themselves. And then I'm like, look, see, you're at top 6. And they go, oh, I am on there. But I didn't want that. Like, you're fucking seriously? Like, but I'm literally asking them if they, I'm like, okay, so I can send out the final invoice and close the account? They're like, final invoice? What? And I'm like, for services rendered. We bill you at the end of the cycle. And they're just like, no. Like, I'm like, okay, well, I can send it to a collections, no problem. Like, and they'll just be like, what? Send collections? No, fuck this shit. And I'll call them and doing this so many times that they're just like, I'll pay the bill. I know you're a scam, and I'm going to pay the bill anyway. Just because I want you to stop. They're like, you have to promise to never call me again. I'm like, yeah, sure. I don't choose what's on the fucking lead generator. Like, at one point, and this is the legit telemarketing one.
Wow.
And I fucking called somebody that were already they were already one of our customers. It was already a customer. He's like, "What's your business? What's your company?" I'm like, fucking, I don't remember what it was. Link Now Media. He's like, "Yeah, I'm already with you guys." Like, what? He's like, "Yeah, I'm already subscribed with you guys." I'm like, "I'm so sorry." I got up, fucking went to my manager. I'm like, "Why did I just call one of our customers to sell to them, to open a sale to them?" Like, who? Like, that was honestly, I will say, the place that was supposed to be legit. Worst lead gens ever. The worst. Like, even the first one where I get police stations, lawyers, hospitals. I would get so many fucking places and I wouldn't really start pitching to them. FBI once, and the guy started laughing. He's like, "Yeah, you don't know where you're calling, do you?" I was like, "The Federal Bureau of it." "Oh, shit." He was like, "Yeah, oh, shit." I was like, "I'm so sorry." He's like, "Yeah, whatever. I don't care." You're stupid. No, I would rather those ones than bad leads where I'm calling fucking people that were already customers, or like people who were customers and then they thought they have a department. It is called, I always forget the name of it. It's when a customer wants to discontinue their service, and you try to get them to stay. And usually it's because they're not happy with their service, and it's just kind of like the worst department you could possibly go into. What? Oh, measuring tape. Good idea.
It's not a good plan.
Yeah, I did good.